Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. No pain for their disease. Rage is like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make great.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I forgot about my microphone. Thanks for letting me know, though. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now? Okay, good deal. Okay, so y'all can hear it? You can't hear me right now? Damn it. Okay, me and you is saying yes. Okay, y'all can hear now. Okay. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. Let's try this again. I'm the astrologer, Jennifer, that is going to be looking at the astrology today. And gosh, y'all, I look at it all the time. Last night, got through watching some shows and I thought, I'll just check out the transits. Looked at the transits and I'm like, oh, no, got to do a TikTok video. Haven't done a TikTok video in a hot minute. I really didn't want to, but at the same time, I was like, California is California is in distress because Mars is on that 2950 that they have. That 2950 is with their Uranus. It shakes things up, shakes groups up, shakes the internet up with the health because California's Uranus is in the sixth house and it's all about health. It's there every day, every day. But that 2950, when it shakes groups up, there is also information that is coming in at the same time to the state of California. So I was like, what could this be? So of course I looked at the earthquakes and I thought, damn, it's, Glen Ellen is having a just had a 4.0. Could we be looking at a precursor, to a bigger event? So I was like, well, could be. Then I got to look in to see what the information is that's coming in. Well, lo and behold, when I posted it, right after I posted it, I'm scrolling through TikTok and I see Justin on TikTok. And he's talking about Rob Reiner. And he had just posted it like 5 minutes prior. So the same time that I'm posting the video, that I'm doing the video, he is posting a video as well about Rob Reiner. And I'm like, oh shit, that's what it is. That is exactly what it is. So I went live for a little bit last night, just kind of looking at it. By the time I was live last night, I was tired. I thought, I'll wait. I'll wait and see if it is the sun, see what they're trying to spin it, see if they're going to try to spin this. And now we do know that it's his son. And of course, I don't have Michelle's birthday, but I do have Rob's, I do have Nick's. Don't have their birth time. The reliability with Rob Reiner's birth is just not significant. I mean, it's just not going to work. But I do have the daughter too, and supposedly the daughter found him. So we're definitely going to be talking about that. The other thing is I want to ask you guys if you remember me talking about Homeland Security. Yesterday, there was going to be things going on with Homeland Security. It was looking really rough, talking about Mars being critical. Mars is no longer critical anymore. Mars is now making its way, if I remember correctly, Mars is now in Capricorn. But the dark moon is still critical. So we have a critical time period still left ahead. And then we are going to be reminiscing. We're going to be reflecting on everything that has happened this weekend. Because remember, this weekend was going to be an intense weekend this past weekend, right? Because Mars was critical. For the 13th and the 14th, those were the 2 days that we were going to be watching because we watch on this channel, we watch to see what it is that we can learn and go back in hindsight with wisdom. Because we can learn all day long, but when do we apply that wisdom? And remember when I was saying that the person that they had in custody, I wasn't sure if it was really them. I was thinking that there could be two people. I was thinking that they could have went to, gotten out of state. They're not going to be hanging out at some damn hotel 20 miles away, soaking in the hot tub or whatever. No, somebody that did that would not be hanging out at the Hampton Inn. No. So when they said that they released that person, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised because it wouldn't appear, especially with the map, because I was like, no, the math ain't mathing. The map isn't telling the correct story. And after mapping for so many years now, I mean, wisdom, wisdom. That's all I can say about that. So, what I want to do first is I want to go over what some of you may not know that's in the news. And I want to make sure that we are on the same page because there is a lot of warring energy that is coming. Lots of warring energy. It's a lot of spinning narratives, a lot of political things going on behind the scene, and we just have no clue about the real agendas. You know what I'm saying? It's the real agendas, the spin that they put on everything, the spin. Just one second. My daughter's calling. Hold on. She's at the doctor. So hold on. Hello. Really? Oh, I'm so excited, babe. I hear you crying, girl. Yeah, you are. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm on live. I'm on live. I'm on live on YouTube. We're just hanging out talking on the phone with you. No, you're fine. I'm excited. The day is going good so far, so keep me posted. Yeah. Okay, babe. I love you. Congrats. All right. All right, babe. Bye. Okay. Great news again. My daughter is she's at the doctor today. And I can't really speak on it too much right now. But I think it's going to be good news. I think it's going to be great news. But her significant other he just got his license back. He's been working really hard to get a vehicle, to get his license back, to get his life back on track, and he's doing a great job. So all is good in the hood, guys. All is good in the hood. All is good. Okay, so this is what I want to show you guys. This is what I want to show you, and then we're gonna look at the astrology, and I'm gonna work it, guys. I'm gonna work it. And I know that I talk a lot on this channel about the different energies. I may go from day to day to day to day, and you just may forget. I don't forget what I talk about most of the time. Sometimes I do. And you guys are messaging me going, oh my gosh, Jen, you were spot on. I'm like, when did I say that? Can you take me back to that video? So sometimes I do forget too, but most of the time I remember everything that I have said, everything that I've talked about, because the charts are embedded, just like the numbers, they become embedded, it becomes a pattern, and then that pattern begins to tell a story over the next course of the readings, right? So anyway, let's check this out for a minute. Let's check this out. All right. So this is an announcement that was made 69 minutes ago. This is from the Associated Press. And this is about what we were looking at with the Homeland Security, okay? Homeland Security. This is nothing but the FBI, the Homeland Security, the things that we're seeing for them over the weekend. Here we go. Here we go, guys.
Groups and individuals, as well as the critical need for law enforcement agencies to remain vigilant in protecting our communities. The successful disruption of this plot is a powerful testament to the strength of our unified response, driven by the collaboration and tireless efforts of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, along with our allied agencies. Together, we have prevented a potential tragedy and reaffirmed our shared commitment to safeguarding our communities. I want to personally thank the dedicated men and women from every agency involved. Their relentless work over the past several days has ensured that those responsible were apprehended swiftly and safely and without harm to our neighborhoods. Thank you. I'll now call up Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Robert Luna.
Yeah, again, this is in California, guys. California.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here to cover this, what I believe is a very, very important story for our community. This successful operation was a result of quick, proactive investigative work, and I want to emphasize strong collaboration. And ADIC, Akil Davis, mentioned it and gave credit to all the law enforcement here in Southern California. It is better here, it always has been, than anywhere else in the country. And we're very proud to be part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. For us at the Sheriff's Department, we've been part of it since after 9/11. Their ability to share intelligence across multiple agencies, investigating threats like this one, is second to none anywhere else. The way we coordinate with partner agencies and act quickly was critical to the success of this operation. And like I said before, there's no other area like here in LA County with our
Okay, y'all are great.
partnership,
Okay, we get it.
dedicated showing by the men and women who work tirelessly.
Okay.
I want to be very clear. What you see here, this investigative work and the follow-up that's been done shows that they will not succeed. Our community's diversity is our strength, and protecting every member of our community is our primary duty. Whether your instincts and report suspicious activity. And as we always say in law enforcement, if you see something, read something, or say something, your awareness, your eyes and ears can help us protect the entire community as we did in this incident. I will now introduce the police chief of the Palm Springs Police Department, Andy Mills.
Well, good morning. And first of all, thank you so much, Assistant Director Davis, for the spectacular job that the FBI did on this case.
Okay, thank God y'all are doing something great with the FBI. Great.
They're removed from the community so they can be prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office to make sure that all of us can live in peace. And this is what our mission is to make sure that there's hope in all of our communities. So thank you very much for the spectacular job that the A-team showed up and did.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that obviously there's some disagreements amongst our agencies over things like immigration enforcement, but when it comes to other areas of law enforcement where it matters to keep the public safe, whether that's protecting the girls on Figueroa Street or the Palm Springs investigation, there is no gap in the cooperation between the federal government and local government. And we do thank the sheriff, the police chiefs for your valuable assistance. It would be very difficult for us to do a lot of what we do without their assistance. So I do want to thank you, each and every one of you. With that, we'll open it up to a few questions.
Okay, yeah, let's move it on to this one.
I was bouncing between different schools to decide where I wanted to go. I was tired of running around.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are following some breaking news as the FBI is saying that they foiled a planned New Year's Eve terror plot. Here's what we're getting from Fox News. This is posted to X, saying breaking, FBI announces it foiled a planned New Year's Eve terror plot that would have targeted Los Angeles for arrested. So let's dive a little bit deeper into what we know. Again, this is a developing story. Federal authorities say they disrupted a credible terrorist threat over the weekend, arresting 4 alleged members of a radical pro-Palestinian extremist group accused of planning coordinated New Year's Eve bombings in Los Angeles. The FBI told Fox News Digital that the members self-identified as part of a radical offshoot of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, also known as TILF, an extremist group motivated by pro-Palestinian, anti-law enforcement, and anti-government ideology. Now, according to the FBI, they were allegedly planning coordinated bombing attacks on New Year's Eve using improvised explosive devices, targeting 5 separate locations across Los Angeles. The agency said the 4 were arrested in Lucerne Valley, where they were believed to be preparing to test explosive devices ahead of the planned attacks. They have each been charged with conspiracy and possession of a destructive device. The FBI saying today that a 5th individual believed to be connected to the same extremist group was arrested in New Orleans for allegedly planning a separate attack. A Turtle Island Liberation from.
So that arrest in New Orleans, what I was seeing in New Orleans. So it's, when I'm reading the chart, a lot of times I'm looking for certain kids. I'm looking at it from a perspective of the kids that I'm looking for, but also taking into consideration that there's other things that are going on not just these kids, you know? So when I was talking about the moon coming over the ascendant of the FBI, when I was talking about the warring that is going on with the Secret Service, when I was talking about seeing a lot of chatter with Homeland Security, that's what was going on. That's what was going on. Jupiter was expanding Louisiana, and I couldn't find anything on the news about Louisiana. So it's things like that that when I'm saying it, I remember. I not only remember me saying it, but I also remember seeing it, right? When it comes to the and I'm going to jump back and forth here, okay? Just follow me for a minute. When I was mapping the, cuz I don't just the maps don't just work for missing. It's also any fugitives. We can look for fugitives too. So I'm mapped. I'm doing this on live and I'm showing you guys on live. And it's the Wow Astrology of the Brown University shooting. Let's talk about it. And around the 36-minute mark, I'm talking about it. And I want to refresh your memory about it. Scorpio. And so Rhode Island, where it would hit Rhode Island's chart is right here. And that's the fifth outer wheel of kids and creativity. And so I would draw that one and that one. This would be the opposition in Taurus. So that's it. Where he was found is found right here on the fifth house of kids outer wheel of Rhode Island. This is why it's important when we are mapping to map that outer wheel too, because you just never know. Just never know. These were making contact, right? The dark moon was making contact here with the flame of life. And so that would have been further up. That would have been, if I would have drawn that and said, okay, that's where that person's going to be found. And there's a reason why I would draw that, because it's requiring me to draw it because it's making a connection. So the event itself, the darkness, was at a 2913 in Scorpio. Rhode Island has a 2913 in Scorpio Vesta. It's about the flame of life. So I want to make sure that I draw that. That would have been the, not knowing where these people were found, that would have been the first angle that I drew. I would have drawn that opposition with Rhode Island and the missing event, and went back to see where I could find this fugitive. That would have been the first one, because it was making contact, and the event itself with Rhode Island suggests that that is where we want to look. That's where we want to investigate first. So then I begin to draw it, because it's a 239. So a 29 Scorpio is a compass bearing of 210. So 210 plus 29 is 239. So I want to draw, that would have been the first drawing that I would have been called to draw. That would be right here. On this line, the 29 dark moon that was making contact, it's going to be at a 239 compass bearing. And I would be looking for that person to see and make sure that they didn't go into Connecticut. They didn't go into Connecticut, because for some reason, this dude goes and unalives all, and then comes just 20 miles down and, hanging out at a hotel. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Makes no sense to me at all. At all. This does make sense, But this is with the investigation, and I don't know, I just don't know that they got the right person here. So we can see that Massachusetts, this Providence right here, this person could have went to Massachusetts. This person could have went to Connecticut. Why didn't they? Why didn't they quickly get out of the state? They could have easily, quickly. I mean, 7 miles, you're in Massachusetts. 30 miles and you're out in Rhode Island. Out of Rhode Island into Connecticut. It makes no sense. Makes no sense to me. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be looking at Massachusetts and Connecticut to see if that missing event, or the unaliving event rather, because we can use this when we're looking for fugitives. It just so happens to be at their 5th house, outer wheel. See, when the maps don't make sense, because the maps ain't going to lie. They're not going to lie. People are going to lie, but the maps aren't going to lie. You don't have to be missing. You don't have to be a fugitive. You can get a map done and it's going to tell the story. It's going to tell your story. I've done it for myself, done it for the United States. I've done it for other people. It tells the story. It's mind blowing. Just like when I read your chart, you get a mind blowing experience. The map is going to give you even more mind blowing experience. People can joke about my scribble maps and my lines and all of that. They can joke about it. But you know what? The reason why they do joke about it, the reason why they joke about it is because they're so ignorant. They're not stupid. They're not dumb. They have the capability. They have the capability. They just don't do it. They don't go with that capability. They don't try to learn. They're lazy. They're lazy with their learning. And that's not my problem. That's not my problem. The maps that I create, all you got to do, especially for the missing or the fugitives, go to the circles. Wherever the circles are, just go there. You don't have to know, you don't have to turn on the lines. You don't have to know anything about astrology. Just all you got to do is know how to read a map. That's it. I had somebody come into me this morning, and it's not the first time that I've had just jacked up comments. First of all, what I want to say to this Renee Miller, or whoever she is, let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The first thing that I would want to say is that, you're just ignorant. You're just ignorant, honey. That's all that there is to it. You're just ignorant. See, I won't. So, Renee, she says, if you want to find the truth, dig deep and investigate Chris, Katie, and Chris's parents. There's your answer. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I'm so glad that you have told me, Renee, because I would have never known to look at Chris and Katie and his parents. Thank you for giving me your wisdom. I mean, are you freaking kidding me? No one kidnapped him, nor did Sebastian leave the home that night. Really? Really? Because if you were a part of this channel, you would know that I'm not even looking at a kidnapping or Sebastian leaving the home that night, because I don't even think he made it home, honey. But she don't know. She's coming to this channel with nothing but ignorance. In my opinion, no one is going to use an astrology chart and do all kinds of scribbling and go by the signs to find someone. That does not work. I mean, I'm just so glad, Renee, that you have come here and given me your wisdom, because without it, I'm 52. I can't imagine going any more without your guidance. I just can't imagine it. And she says, if you've seen the red sports car at the Motel 6, why did you not report it or take pictures of it? But yet, this goofball has no idea because she's not even listening to the video. I mean, seriously, Renee. Seriously. Lord help us, God. And then she says, Mike sounded like he pretty much knew what he was talking about, and you cut him off and wouldn't give him a chance. Mike? Are you talking about? So you're skipping through it. You're not listening to Mike talk to me like I'm a dog, raising his voice at me? Okay. All right. So, and then she comes with more opinions. In my opinion, if this case gets solved, it will be Chris from the mob crew and or Silver's on the scene. They have done more deep research and feet on the ground than anyone. Go watch their videos. Chris has proof of the cars leaving their resident, going to the graveyard that morning. Oh my God. This dum-dum still has no idea. She has no idea that I've given Silver's on the scene hotspots that he has requested. No idea that I've talked to him on the phone, that I've texted him and we have worked together. She has no idea that Jeff and I have been boots on the ground more than once. She has no idea that I work every single day hard at something that she could never, ever understand because she's got herself in a box. So, this isn't my first time receiving comments like this. I have spent my entire life with comments that are just ignorant. They're not dumb. She's not stupid. And maybe one day she's going to get outside that box. She's going to open up her mind. But most of the time, it takes you having been on your knees, crying out for God, Jesus Christ, in order to even get yourself out of the box. I'm just saying. I'm going to leave these up. I'm going to leave these up. And I hope that one day Renee gets some sense about her. And I hope one day that she doesn't just go on to people's live streams, starts commenting. If you don't like a channel, don't comment. If you don't understand, why comment? Move along, man. Just move along. Why? Why? I just don't get it. And rather than stirring shit, because that's really what it is, it's just some shit. I mean, rather than stirring the shit, I'm just going to hope and pray that one day people like her, will see that this is a great work. If there was no science to it, I wouldn't be doing it. What I'm looking for and what my goal is to find the science that goes right to that person. Not where I have 5 hot spots, not where I have 50, where I have 1. That's my goal. My goal is to also work with the law enforcement, Secret Service, FBI, that's my goal because nobody else in the world is doing this and getting results. Nobody else is reading astrology like me. I'm a different type of breed. I'm a different type of person. I'm an oddball. I'm a weirdo. I just am. I'm in that classification of weirdos. And that's okay. I can be a weirdo. But one day, maybe she'll come around and people like her will too, because I can't fix, manage, control how other people view this work. I'm not like other astrologers. I'm not just drawing scribbles and, just scribbling it. I'm not doing any of that. There is a rhyme and a reason. We are using the geometric angles. This is geometry. This is geometry, and it requires me. It requires me to draw these lines, and I draw them. And just like when I showed you guys the United States map yesterday, and I put in the Epstein Island, I mean, I've got on there already. This conjunction connects to Trump. I didn't just put that after I drew it. I'd already had that. So how would I know? How would I know that? I wasn't like, oh, that goes over Epstein Island. I wasn't even thinking about Epstein Island when I created the map for the United States, when I started that map. Mm-mm. I mean, I'm still working the map. And you know what? Let me just tell you something about that. What I figured out is that our North Node here in the United States is going to South Africa. So that's a prophecy right there. I could prophesy about that North Node because the South Node goes to Alaska. The North Node for the United States is going to South Africa. And that is where Elon Musk is from. So keep your eyes out. I'm just saying this, guys. Keep your eyes out as we move forward into 2026. Any news that you hear about South Africa, because this is going to be a fated connection with the United States and South Africa. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. So now let's look at the astrology, guys. Let's look at it. Hold on. Let me see what you're saying. Yeah, the lines lead to connections and the truth. I mean, that's the fact. I can't make it up. Even if I could make it up, I couldn't make it up that good. Exactly. I mean, astrology, we have used astrology before the planets were ever named. Before they were ever named, we were using the planets. And then we looked at them as gods. We started naming them, each one as they were a god, but they're not God. They're not, yeah, it's antiquity. It's antiquity. I mean, it's like, the world tarot. I say this a lot, the world tarot card. You're either a part of the world, in the world. Well, guess what? I've got one foot in the world and I've got one foot out of it. I'm on the fence. I'm getting information here, I'm getting information here, and I'm putting it all together. But the information I get from the transits, what I'm trying to do is show other astrologers that there is another way to read astrology. And I just so happened to stumble upon it. Or was it fated? I think it was fated. But there is definitely a connection with all the degrees in our chart. If the degrees didn't matter, then each degree that I'm drawing on the map wouldn't matter, wouldn't tell the perfect story. And guys, that Brown's University is not telling the perfect story. I did not think that he was going to be the one. Turns out he's not the one. There was no surprise because once I get on the map, okay, I can look at the chart and everything, but once I start mapping it, it's got to make sense. It's got to make sense. Yeah, we wouldn't have a time, we wouldn't have a clock, we wouldn't have days of the week, we wouldn't have months. I mean, this is all based on the wheel. And in Sanskrit, what is the wheel? This has been around forever. As long as humanity has been here, we have had the sun, we have had the moon, we have had planets, we've had hypotheticals, we've had asteroids, we've had comets, we've had all of that. Supernovas. Speaking of, not a supernova, but speaking of I was thinking about the galactic center. We're having a new moon. The new moon is where the sun and the moon come to the same degree. The same degree. They're not 1 minute away. They're not 5 minutes away. They're the same degree. That's a new moon. They're conjunct. They're side by side in conversation at the same exact degree. And so anybody that were to have that degree, that very same exact degree on the new moon, it's going to be spectacular for them. It's going to really hit, and anybody that's in those degrees too, that has those degrees in Sag. And it's a 28 degree in Sag, but that is where the new moon is taking place. That area in astronomy, that area in the sky is the galactic center. And it's going to come, this new moon in Sag is coming one day prior than the winter solstice. There's a lot of things going on with Hanukkah. And I don't know if you've watched any of my videos about Israel, about Hanukkah. I mean, that's, we're going to see a bunch of intensity, even more especially until the dark moon comes out of her critical degree. But then she's going to come into a darkness with Sag, and that's going to be a whole new ball game. It's going to be a whole new ball game. It's going to have to do with preachers and pastors and churches and flight, judges, attorneys, all that Sag energy. But anyway, let's look at the astrology. Let me remove this one right here. Let me share my whole screen for you guys. Let's do this. Share it. All of the orbital. Yeah. Entire screen, guys. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Get me off the screen. Let's look at this. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. Let's start with looking at what I saw last night when I made my TikTok video. Because the first TikTok video that I made, and it was right before I saw Justin on TikTok. Where did it go? Let's see. Okay, this is when it took place. So this is when I looked at the transits last night, and I was like, oop, I got to make a video. I got to make a video, and I got to tell everybody that lives in California to be alert. I got to tell them. So this is what I saw. I saw that the 2950 Mars was now in the 5th house of kids. It's at a 2950, and we are going quick. There's a quick, fiery energy, and it's shaking things up. It's shaking the people up, groups up. There's some type of investigation going on. So I wasn't sure. So I looked, and I saw, okay, looked at the earthquakes. Looked at the earthquakes, and I saw this one. This one had just happened when I saw the transits, and I'm like, ooh, they could have a bigger one. They could have a bigger one. So I wanted to make sure that I put out an alert for California. All right. So that's what I did. And then I Googled California. And this is what came up in my search. And so I said that about my, in my TikTok video, I was talking about the 40-year-old California R kit returns shocking result. Basically, a man that had been in jail, had been in prison for 40 years. He wasn't the one that committed the crime. So he was let out. He was exonerated from all charges, wrongly convicted since 1984. So that's the only thing that I saw that could go with that Scorpio energy with the 2950. And let me show you what I'm talking about in California's chart, because this matters, right? This matters. because we're connecting California. Connecting California. We got to have California on one side. And we got to look at what that 2950 is shaking up. What's happening with Mars, right? So we look to California's chart. We look at those transits, and it was an 8. Hold on, where did it go? This was last night. There it is, right there. So this is what I saw. The Mars at a 2950 in Sag. Basically, it's about the values of California. The 2950 is right here. That's where information is coming into California. Information is going out. So information would come in, information would go out with these degrees. And that's exactly where Mars is making contact. So we got to think about the hidden sex. We got to think about investigations. Was the Scorpio? And there's relationships here. It could be about money. It could be about pleasure. It could be about, anything having to do with ownership, a will, with that Taurus energy. But the other 2950 is this. It's the Uranus. So I knew that things were being shaken up with California, with health. Okay, so what I just showed you with the earthquakes, with the R, that dude that committed the R and he got out, exonerated, that's definitely that. Okay, so it's going to work itself out in different ways. California is big. It's going to express itself in so many different ways. And it has. Even things that we're not even aware of, it did. At that very moment, all kinds of things are happening with people in California. The other thing that is happening is the unaliving. We are learning with that Sag energy, we are learning about Rob Reiner, Michelle. We're learning about them. We really are. The 1756, unnoticed, this Venus in the 5th house of kids, there's the physician, there's enlightenment. The things that we are learning, there's a lot of enlightenment with the physician Apollo. So Venus is making contact here. So we know that there's something going on. It's bringing enlightenment with the state of California, possibly at a home. Possibly at a home. And that's exactly what happened. It was Rob. It was Rob and his wife. All the while, we still have the United States of America. We still have Trump. And we still have Zelensky, because he also has this 2524. I just realized last night. There's limits and obstacles. There's restrictions. There's more work that needs to be done. But I want you to notice something. Pluto is at a 214 during this time in the 6th house of health. The 214. Hygeia at a 216, she's coming down to that 214. Now, let me show you something that's very interesting. Interesting. And but before I show you that, though, Jupiter had already went over the, had already come into Louisiana, and then it comes to Alabama. So Louisiana and Alabama are also two places that I'm looking at here. I'm also looking at a lot of weight that's on Virginia. I'm also looking at that. I also realize that the lunar nodes that are 1303 are coming to the Mercury, the media, things of the past, prisons and hospitals, with the government. Today, I realized that those lunar nodes are coming there today. So I knew that there was something that I was seeing with California. All right, now watch. Watch this. Oh, the other thing too is that the moon at a 29 22 is here in the 12th house, and it is opposing the 6th house of health. It's opposing all of that. It's opposing the shakeup with the groups. It's opposing Pluto. It's opposing all of that. The moon has already opposed all of that in the 6th house of health. So the moon is reflecting government, the terrorist things, all that shit that was going on. And of course, now we know why there's a lot of warring that's going to be taking place with the Secret Service. It's just crazy. Crazy, crazy. Okay, so look. Knowing that Pluto is a 214, let's look at that event with what I saw with Penny Marshall, because remember, Penny was married to Rob Reiner first. She was married to him first, Penny Marshall. So let's look at the transits that I was looking at, because I want to show you something. You can't make it up. I can't make it up. This is her vertex. You say, well, Jennifer, she's dead. So? Do you not think that her energy continues on? You think she's just stuck in the ground? And I mean, that's all of her. That's all we have. That's it. We just come to Earth and that's it. There's nothing more. We're just no, guys. No. It's very important. Very important. She's gone. She's not but is she? Because look, she is having a intense experience all day long with groups. She's back in the limelight with the networking, with the media, with the drama of the death, that 214 that took place at a home. So even though Penny isn't with us, it is still contacting her. Don't you know that when they go home, they're going to see her, they're going to talk to her? There's an intensity, there's a homecoming. There's a homecoming. There's an intensity. And there's just no doubt about that for me. And I could go on and I could show you everything that had happened with her leading up to this event and after. I could. There is definitely an investigation. You can see with the 5th house of kids. There's an investigation with the 5th house of kids with Penny. This is her exact time of birth. I couldn't find anybody else's, so I thought that I would use this as a good template. But check this out. I mean, this is where there's a shakeup with kids. There's an investigation. You say, well, it's not her kid. I know it's not her kid. Don't matter. Doesn't matter. He's still a part of that 5th house of kids. This is her life path. Now let's look at this. Let's look at this with this time, because I'm going to keep talking about this time until I go back and I show you what I think happened and when I think it happened. And when that investigation comes out, we can compare notes. Let's look at Nick. Actually, let's look at Rob first. Let's look at Rob first with this information that was coming into us last night. Let me go back right there. So Rob, no matter what time he's born, I can look at a non-mover. No matter what time he's born, he is transformed in the public eye by his child, by children, with publicity at a 404. That's the degree of the transformation once it hit the public eye. So when I look at this chart over here, when I had no idea what had happened to him and Michelle, I want you to look at Mercury. Mercury is a 404. This is the media. This is the home. This is the media. And it's at that same degree, 404. So when people tell you, I can't believe she does that, it's not even in the same sign. You know what? It don't matter. That's what you tell them. It don't matter, because I've seen it time and time again where she shows me that even if it's in another sign, it don't matter. We're playing the numbers game, guys. This is elementary. This should be an elementary astrology. And if you're looking at charts every day and you're not seeing the pattern with these degrees, then you're not looking hard enough. That's all I can say about that. All I can say about that. So he's definitely going to be shaken up with groups, with networking, with communications. He's going to be shaken up with this 17. Not sure if it's a 1748, 1746, 1750. But I do know that this Vulcan is at a 2049. That's where he's just mind blown. He's just mind blown. But I want to focus on the 404 because that is what I have been seeing in the transits. And I would say that he's not born at 10 p.m. He's actually probably born at 11 p.m. I would say that this 354 is a 355 and that this 211 is actually a 214. I would say that he's born at 11 p.m., not 10. That's what I think. But anyway. So the energy at this time that I put the video out on my TikTok last night, not knowing, you can see that there's a lot of energy with Ceres at a 407. So we've got to focus on Ceres. I'm feeling like we got to focus on Ceres. I haven't looked at the chart to look at the aspects as far as like the I can definitely see that there's a grand trine. We do have the grand water trine. But I haven't looked at anything else, but gosh, there's a lot that's happening here. But guys, when this energy of Ceres came upon him, that was big. Big, big, big. So let's look at that. Let's look at that 404. Let's look at that. 404. Let's go back. Where's it at? Okay, so look. Here's the dark moon. This is the dark moon right here. Hold on. That's it right there. There's the dark moon that he has. It's right here. And I want you, yeah, let's start here. Let's start here. This is in the second house of values. Let's go back. And I'm looking at it from Nashville time. Why am I looking at it from Nashville time, you ask? And it's a good question because I am the observer. I'm the one that is observing reality. What does Einstein say about being the observer, right? So I'm observing it from Nashville, Tennessee. That's my default. That's where I observe, is through the default. All right. So this 355, at the time that this was happening, I told Jeff, I said, there is a lot of energy opposing my physician that's bringing enlightenment. It's hitting my fifth house of kids, the way that I create with astrology. So it would have been around this time that there would have been a lot of aggression about money. A lot of aggression about money for him. And we're going to come back to this. We'll come back to this here in just a few because I'm going to save it so y'all can see what I'm talking about. I think that he's got the 355 instead of it being a 354. We're going to come back to that because I see a 1657. I'm seeing a lot of the same degrees, okay, that I've been seeing. So we're going to come back to that. Let's get it to the 404 because that's when there's a lot of energy that is going to be transforming him. With the 404, where is she? Where is she at? There we go. This is Saturday. Now we're Saturday evening. Saturday night. Here we go. It could have been right around here. Sunday morning. The middle of the night even. But this is it right here. Here's where the energy is going. And it's going at a 404. Lots of energy that is transforming. It's big. It's a big transformation. And it's taking place at 11:13 Nashville time. And we can see that Mars is at a 2932 and Mars is coming to a 2934. The moon of California is at 333. We can see that Mercury is here at a 333. We are learning something very dark. What we're learning is very dark. I keep seeing a 2443. I keep seeing it come up over and over again. That's Virginia. But it could be another person that's involved, like Nick, Kenny, Michelle. I don't have her birthday. I don't know. But I'm about to show you and break this down even more. About to break it down even more. So that's when all this energy is coming to him. 2934. Let's get it right there. There it is. Now we have Mercury has went over the moon. Mercury is now holding information. The media is holding information. There is no media on this just yet. Yesterday at noon. No media on it just yet. Because Mercury is in the 8th house. We're investigating right now. The death. Because the 2934 is their Pluto. Now, it could be that this is when the daughter comes in. Could be when the daughter comes in. Because Jupiter for California is a 2945. So it could be that this is when the daughter comes in and finds them. Because look, there is a lot of emotional explosion here. We are learning something, and this is in Leo, I'll bet in Cancer. So we're going to stop it here. Don't y'all just love this? So we're going to stop it here so we can see what everybody else in the family is looking like that we can, that we can look at. Because that 404 is telling us about major transformation that has taken place with him. So it could be, it could be that the daughter did find him. There's an expansion with Jupiter. Now we get to the 2945. And this is when we are going to hear from the news. This is when we should hear from the news. So I think that Jupiter was already there. Yeah, I think that the law enforcement was already there. And this is when it could be breaking with the news. I didn't see it until 8:00 at night. It could be that this is when when the law was making contact. Because look, here comes that 354 again. I mean, there's a 354. Okay, because it could be a 354. There's the 355. Yeah, I'm still thinking it's a 355. So we get Mercury into that 355 right there. Now we're cooking with gas, I think. So now Mercury is here. The physician is here. There's the coroner, right? There's the coroner. The coroner is there. And that is at 5:52 p.m. Nashville time. Seems to me like the coroner's there. We know that Penny Marshall is having an intense experience with groups. Penny Marshall is having an intense experience with groups and relationships. Who's the relationship? It's Rob. It's Rob and Michelle. Rob and Michelle. So I'm going to save this because this is where we get into really, really investigating with the other charts, because we've looked at a non-mover for Rob, and we have identified it as a 404 major transformation. So let's go back and let's look at Nick. Let's look at Nick. Okay, so Nick has a magnetism. Remember what I've said about the magnetism. It's a 2915. This is a non-mover. We know that the dark moon is in a critical 29 degree. We know that Mars has been in a critical 29 degree. That's all we got to do is know those non-movers. That's all we got to do. So I'm going to look at this for a second because this is definitely a non-mover, 2915. Then we have a 1733. This is where all the emotions about that home that he went to destroy the people that wanted so badly for him to get help. 1733. That's the emotional explosion that would have taken place with him and them, or with him about them. Jupiter is in the 1750s. This could be a 1752. It could be a 1755. We're not sure. The physician, Apollo, I mean, that could be, but the dark moon is it's still not a non-mover. We can't really look at that one. He does have a lot of transformation at a 2318 in the public eye. His lunar nodes of fate, that north node is with Sagittarius. Okay, let's look at it. Let's start with the first one that I have, the earliest one that I have, and then we can work our way back to see what really took place with him and his dad. Why is it that he flipped his wig? Was he detoxing? Was he going through withdrawals? He couldn't get any money. He was trying to steal something. He got caught. Did he go in the middle of the night? We don't know yet. So let's look at it. Let's start on the 13th at 10:13 a.m. That's when it actually would begin that I saw. So now we're going to compare these two events because this is okay. So this is when, and see, there's that 2443 again. So somebody has that. That is definitely Virginia, but it keeps showing up in this event with him. There's some Virginia, Kentucky stuff going on here for sure. Okay, what was this again? Why did I stop it here? I don't even remember. What the hell did I stop it here for? Oh yeah, it's the 355. That's what it was. His dark moon at a 355. Okay, so that's why I stopped it here. All right. So this is when it's going to begin. The disordered aggression with that 355. The 211 that we think he could have that Venus. Okay, let's just say that his dark moon is a 354 and his Venus is a 211. We got Pluto hasn't made it to that 214 just yet. So it could be that his Venus is a 212, a 211. Rob Reiner, that is. So it would be communications about money. I think that there was communications about money, communications about assets, courts. I don't know. Things that we're learning. There is something that is going on with them with conversation on the 13th. There's some type of conversation going on here. And it's not good. It's dark. So the dark moon is coming at a 2912 to this 2915. Let's look. So we've got the Vulcanus at a 1733. That's about to come. I've got his dark moon at a 715, but it could be the physician who's needing money. All right, so let's look at the next one and see. Compare it to him. That one was at 1013, and this one's going to be the next hour at 11:13 a.m. on Saturday. Because there's something that happened. There's some type of conversations that were happening. So even the next hour, look at that. The next hour, the dark moon is still at a 2912. The physician is bringing enlightenment about contracts. Yeah, there's a lot of enlightenment here, but the physician is here in that 8th house. We are reflecting on relationships here. And by the way, I see a lot of Charlie Kirk stuff here. It's blowing my mind. I do see the 214. I remember seeing this prior when I was reading it. There's that 214 with Mercury. I don't know if we're going far with immigration. I mean, of course, we're talking about all kinds of stuff. Talking about all kinds of stuff. $17.59. 1733. So we're going to get that, and it's going to be a wake-up call. Wake-up call for the future. 2915. It's a dark moon. Dark moon. This is the dark moon when it touches him. This is the magnetism. I think I know. I think I'm getting it. Okay, so this is the magnetism with him, the 2915, that non-mover. And it gets the darkness comes to him. Last night. No, Saturday night. Saturday night at 9:13. This is it. That's it right there. So this should be it right here. This should be the darkness at the home 9:00 at night, 9:13 at night. That was last night, yes. Okay, so at the same time, there's Louisiana. Wow. And the moon is going to be coming over the Jupiter. The Jupiter. Okay. Let's look at this because this is it right here. Let's look at this with his chart. And I'm going to look at it with Romy's, or I'll look at it with Rob's rather. So Nick and Saturday night. Saturday night. Joni, you're so funny. Oh my God, you're so funny. So this magnetism that he has gone dark at home. There has already been an emotional explosion at home. And that emotional explosion, we are reflecting it, and that moon is coming to Jupiter. The law. The law. What else do we see here? Saturn, and this is a Piscean home now. Saturn and Neptune are here with a lot of energy with Ceres. This caring energy with Ceres isn't so caring in Aries. It's like a, I mean, it's just warring. That's all it is. Aries is warring. Okay. And then the moon is going to come against Eris. He is going to reflect on the warring, on the stabbing. He's going to be, so I'm thinking that this is around the time that he's doing this. Let's look at Rob's chart now. Let's see. Let's look at Rob. So tragic. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Because again, we don't know exactly what time he's born. I'm just looking to see what, because he doesn't have any 29 degrees in his chart. The 2328, it could be the 2327, or it could be the 2328. So there's already been an expansion that has come and opposed him with communications, with the government. So I want to say this too, is that what the things that he has said, because Rob is Jewish, the things that he has said about Trump, he is a part of the Democratic Party. This is why I wondered how they were going to spin it. If it was really the kid, or if there was some type of spin. You know what I'm saying? Because I do know that there's a lot of controversy. The 1733 that his son has in his chart that explodes with a lot of emotion, it is found here in this chart at 10 o'clock. So it could be. It could be that this is the time that he was born. It could be. So Jupiter is opposing him. It's opposing the authority, the emotions, the mom, the home, the work, the responsibility, the accountability, boundaries. And he also has the 1733 here. So that is how he and his son were connecting with groups. Yeah. He and his son were connecting with that emotional explosion with the physician that brings enlightenment or that brings, on drugs because his son did deal with addiction. He was very disturbed, very disturbed. So we look at that and let's look at the daughter because I believe that she might have found them. I don't know. And if I'm looking at the correct daughter, it would be Romy. Let's look at that 913 last night. She wouldn't have found him until Sunday. So Saturday night into Sunday morning is when all of this would have went down. All of it would have went down. So let's see if she has any critical degrees in her chart. She does have a oh, that's okay. Okay, we're gonna see that. I remember that one. Okay, hold on. Does she have any critical 29s in her chart? None that I can see. Of course, we don't know her exact birth time. She may have the Vulcan that is at a 29 degree. That's possible that she would have a 29 in Sag. And it could very well be like a 2906 because there's the fifth house of kids. But I don't think so. I don't think so. I do know that she is connected to the Secret Service. Her lunar nodes are connected to the Secret Service. She does have that Venus that's at that 355. So his dark moon, the disordered aggression and everything, all that darkness with the authority is where she has values with groups, with liberation, possibly homelessness, with her values to and then, she gets shaken up with groups. A lot of warring that she has with groups. Yeah, so this is really she's really coming into that now, and we can't lose sight of her Saturn being at a 13 degree in Aries. She's gonna be, she's coming up on a Saturn return, bless her heart. A Saturn return. Definitely about, political. It's politics. Lots of politics. Let's see. I've got her with that divine justice with the 404 because that is where her father is transformed. But look at this. Look at this. She's got a lot of weight with chatter, with communications at a 1611. At a 1611. Let's go back. There it is. There it is. Here is the opposition with her, with things that she is learning. That's the opposition. So everything that she is hearing Saturday morning. And it could be, what she's hearing that is coming against her, that's opposing her, all that chatter. It could be about, the school. Everything else is going on in the world that's just, coming against her with the Browns University. But I actually don't think that happened. It could be about the fires that's going on in California. It could be about the fires that's going on in California, actually, because I don't think that the mass unaliving in had even happened yet. So it could be that they're somewhere together and there's an opposition with communications with her sibling. because that Gemini energy that she has that's weighing her down, Venus is coming against it. So it could be about money. You know what I'm saying? It could be. And there it is. Yeah, there's Mars. Okay, so that her Neptune, Romy's Neptune is a 2847. Major things are going on with her. And Rob and Nick at this time. What is it? I don't know. But there's things that are going on. I wonder where they went to. Jesus. Jen's writings are very lengthy, a book for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it hadn't happened yet. I remember because the school would have happened at 2420. That relationship, it was a 2420 because it was opposing Epstein when the Brown University when that took place. So that hadn't even taken place yet. Yeah. There's things going on with her family, her dad, her mom, her brother, right here. Right here. All the weight with Hillary Clinton, with Donald Trump is right here. Their connection, Hillary and Trump's connection, that 1634 was in transit all day on the 13th, creating havoc. I'm talking about, we saw it. I mean, I don't have to convince you how bad it was. Don't have to convince you at all. We saw it. See, this is where her 2847 is with Mars. Mars was making contact, and it's things that she doesn't see, things that she isn't seeing with the dad, with the responsibility, with the wherever they were, if they were out of business, if they were, I don't know. I don't know what they were doing that day. But I do know that she has a lot of transformation at a 2502. She has a lot of emotions at that 19 degree. We've got an 1807, a lot of warring there. And I can see in this chart that that's what we're looking at. So the 2502, we can go back. So the moon would have come opposing her Saturday night. So that moon at an 1807, let's look at it. 1807, this moon and her mother and that warring right there, 9:56 Nashville time. Hmm. Oh, we look back at Rob because I'm just trying to figure out what time did he do it? What time? Back. Let me look at Nick. Nick's Chiron is a 127 in Virgo. So the event is rising with the pain, the health. Okay, let me look at that. Well, come on. So 127. Yeah. So that Chiron is rising here. I think that this is it. This is around the time that it would have taken place because that moon, her mother, there's something beginning and ending, and it's with values. I think that's it. Let me look at Rob again. All the weight that he has is a 24, 28. That's where the relationship is coming. The 24, 28. $18.26, the breakup. Okay, so it begins here. I think that this is it. Okay. 24, 28. We're getting closer here. Getting closer. Actually, yeah. Right here. All these problems with the relationship is right there. Right there. That would have been Saturday night, 11:28 p.m. Mars is now at a 29:10. This is when this is really, this is it here. I think we're getting really close to when he would have went and did it. Let me look at Penny again. There's something about Penny's chart that I'm noticing here. Because of course she would have been the one to welcome them home, right? There's the 1650 with Venus. There's her breakup with kids and creativity. There it is. Because you can tell, even though she is not with us in the physical, she is with us and she is with them. And so there's information. We've got a 24, 28, and that's where all of his problems with home is happening. This is where there is a wake up call for the future, the transformation with Pluto that has taken place. He could have, I could see him probably doing something really bad, like stabbing them and then stealing from them to get his, to get the fix. And that's pretty much. So then Penny has the 24, 29. This is where she receives information and she receives them. The moon is at an 1853. They are touching her at the 1854. And I think that that is when Penny is receiving them. She's receiving them. $24, 29. And then it hits her ascendant at 1857. And that's where that moon is coming. That's where it's coming. So let's look at this again. So the breakup is with Venus, with values, with the third house, the communications. And then he has, let me see what he's got. The breakup with him was at 1826. The moon was opposing the Admetos. The burden was coming back. Huh. So the 2915 that he has in his chart, that magnetism that he has, Mars came to that 2915. First the dark moon, then Mars. So the dark moon is there, okay? And because the dark moon is in the third house, you could think, well, it could be about siblings. It could be about communications. It's about the throat, guys. It's about the throat, the oxygen. It's about the throat. It's about the throat. Truly believe that that's what is happening. There's definitely communications, but it's not with them. It's with him. It's violent. It's violent. And the 2429 that she has in her chart, that's where the relationship comes in. So I think we're going to learn that. I don't know. We'll see. I could be wrong. Could be reading way too much into it. But we have hours that we're going to go and get that Mars to that 2915. Right there. So by 141 at least. Let's look at Rob now. Let's look at Rob. Because this is when she could be receiving them right here, actually. Actually, it would be around right here. They could have been talking on the phone. I don't know what the hell is happening in their home. So we're rising at a 1755 in Libra. We don't see any 1755s in his chart. We don't see any 17s except for the shakeup. And Venus is definitely coming to oppose his groups. It's coming. Just hasn't gotten there yet. And he does have the 1733, but that's the physician. The physician, we could have went over that physician, that could have been the end right there. $19. $22. Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, Nick Reiner probably does have his dark moon at that 718 with the physician because he has disordered aggression about detoxing And I'm just assuming that he's an addict. You know, I don't know anything about this dude at all. Don't know anything about him. The issues with his son would have definitely started when Hygeia was at that 238. No doubt about it. This has been an ongoing problem until this took place. Like, it was not an ongoing problem per se as it's always been. It's just got really bad really quick. And I think it's something that there's some type of chatter here that they were talking about. So again, we've got that third house that's a lot of warring going on. And there's that 1657. Okay. There's the Venus with that 1657. And now we go back to look at the sister. Now we look at her. Who had it? Who had the 1657? Was it? Because I don't know what time she's born. Or is it just something that I keep seeing? 1657. Who's got that? Was it Penny again? Dang. Penny? Who did I see have it? You know what? That could be the FBI. Could be the FBI. And that's where I've seen it. Let me look at the FBI. Because that could be why it keeps circling back around. No, it's not the FBI. It keeps circling back around, so I don't know. At 1657, God, I know that degree. I know it. I just can't remember it. I know that degree. The 1755. God, that's it. Is it the Secret Service, maybe? I think by 2:00 in the morning, it was over. Because I think she's receiving them. I think that Penny is receiving them at this time. And there is a major opposition here in the sixth house of health. There's where we're having limits and obstacles with things that are hidden, and there's all that energy. So I think that this is it. This is it by 1:41 a.m. Nashville time. So I'm going to save that one. Let me look at the United States too, because let's see. Okay, so the 103. Let's look at Romy again. Let's look at Romy again. I know this is probably boring to you guys, and don't feel like you have to hang out, you know? Yeah, here's Romy. Okay, so the 104, there it is. There it is. So the 104 that she has in her chart with, yeah. Okay. So let's look at that again. I don't know what time she's born, but that's a non-mover. That's a non-mover. And here it is. This is it. This is, I think, their death time. Sadly, when that Mars is coming over him, the dark moon has already given him a lot of dark, deep, dark thoughts. Then this is when he puts them into action. This is when Penny receives them. Yeah, that's what I think. And I'm sticking to it because this letting go with this betrayal with her sibling, with the breath, with the throat, this 104 is in an opposition with Romy, and now it's in the 8th house. Yeah. Yep, yep. No doubt about it. Because the breakup comes with her at a 1758, no matter what time she's born. As soon as this ascendant in Libra comes to that 1758, they have left. They've left the building. They've left the building. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, they do. They move very slow, and sometimes it could be a 24-hour transit that they stay at that degree. Sh It could be it could be, days, just days. Because like, right now, this has been at the midheaven, trans-Pluto and Virgo has been at the sitting at the midheaven of Sebastian for days, 10 days. It's been there at that degree. Vulcanus was at that degree, but now it's at a 455. Who has the 455? Syria. Syria does. Syria. And what have we heard about Syria? You know? What have we heard? We've heard a lot of bad things, right? Heard a lot of bad things. So here is where I think that on December 14th, Venus is at a 1657. Venus is going to come to this Mercury, the sibling of Romy. And you can see that it's at a station. Mercury's at a station. So let's look at her chart for a second. And let's see if that Mercury is going to move. How much it moves, because it's at a station when she's born. It's about the communications, about her sibling. It's about the mental health. It goes to a 1704. Let's go down to 11, almost 12. So it's a 1706. Let's come down. Let's go back. Let's look at 12 something in the morning, 1703. So it's either a 1703, 1706. 1703, 1706. And this would make more sense because this 333 is going to connect to California. Okay. That would make sense. But let's see what we can do. No, let's go 334. That matches Canada. She could. I like that. I like that one. And this right here with the Jupiter, I would think that this would be more like her brother, though. Like Saturn would be right there with her brother. But let's say it's a 1703. Let's say it's a 1703. There it is. This is where we are learning Sunday And she may not have learned. She may have been asleep. This would be touching her, and she hasn't learned anything yet until she wakes up. So let's say she's born later. It would have been in 1704 or what have you. But I'm thinking about Venus, her values, and Mercury. So it would, I mean, even before you wake up, I mean, that's the Mercury is there. The Secret Service is there. I think it's all over with by that time. And who knows what time that they really got there? Who knows what time the law? I mean, we're told one thing. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. But I know that Syria is big into. So this is what I'm seeing for Syria, because I want to show you Syria's chart, and I want to show you that 455 with a lot of emotional transformation is where they have warring. It's about their public image, lots of warring. So the ambush. And not only does Rob Reiner have the 404, no matter what time he's born, it definitely connects to Syria. Isn't that a trip? That Syria energy is connecting there too. Interesting. The Saturn, Penny Marshall's chart. There is an opposition with Syria and them. Interesting, isn't it? There's an opposition with them. So doesn't mean that they, anything. I'm just saying, the dark moon is about to be here with a lot of intensity with Syria. Lots of intensity with Syria. This is about to really amp up and get bad with Syria. It's going to get really bad. Syria. Let's look at the news right now. Hold on. Syria. Two Iowa National Guard soldiers were deceased at crossroads after terrorist attack on U.S. forces. Two Iowa Guard members. Trump speaks on the attacks. And isn't it validating to see that when Mars went to that 29 degree, look at everything that happened. Look at everything that happened. And I said, I called it colleges. It's fiery. It's combusted. It's going to combust the energy. We're going to see fires. Fires are taking place in California. We saw colleges shoot up. Foreign entities, foreign agents. This is what we're looking at, Syria. I mean, it's really the Sag energy that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. And it expressed itself in many ways. In many ways, it expressed itself during that 24-hour span that it was in transit. Let's look at it right now. So we can see that Mars is at a 0022. Mars has just come over Sebastian's Pluto. There is a lot of things that are shaken up right now with the United States. The United States is shaken up with health, and we are. There's been a lot that's taken place, and we are overwhelmed. The lunar nodes right now are on California's Mercury. The Mercury. The North Node is here in the 11th house of groups, and the South Node is here where we've been with kids, creativity. The 454 is moving down in degree, so it has moved off of Syria for right now. However, this is what we want to look at. Okay, so the warring has already been called. We're already at war. We've been at war. We can't wait to go to war. That's just the way that the United States and some of these other countries are. They just can't wait. They can't wait to go in and take other people's resources, say that it's this and it's not. Look, the United States midheaven is a 103. There's a breakup. I mean, a letting go. There's a letting go, this betrayal with two or more. I think it's about the Browns University. It could be about the tax, there's a letting go with the release of the 2 Iowa men. That could be it. Having to do with the service because their midheaven is in Libra. But here is where so okay, the other thing too that I see as far as Sebastian's case right now, because I've got to talk about it, is there has just been a reigniting of a flame, and there is a divine justice that is coming against the DA. Coming against the DA, the past DA, the judge. Yeah, we've still got problems with Sebastian's case at the federal level with those people who they could be doing a good service, a good justice, but they're not because of Chris. There's things about Chris and his work. Chris and his dad, Chris and his stepdad. I see that like there's nobody's business. So here we go. Let me show you something that's going to happen with Syria because I want us to all be on the same page because we're going to come back and we're going to be like, oh my God, look, I can't believe it actually happened. So watch this. Watch this. Save the transits. Watch this, guys. Watch this. It makes you wonder. I don't think that the judges or anyone is involved. I just don't know that they are doing their due diligence. I don't know if there isn't a good old boys club. It's about who you know, how much money you got, kind of thing. I don't know. Just makes you wonder. So check this out, guys. Check this out. In regard to Syria, this is going to be the reading for Syria right here. It's going to begin right now. What we're going to see is this. Tomorrow, that is when the dark moon is going to come into California. So tomorrow, at this time, on the 16th, Tuesday, by 4:45 Nashville time, the things of the past that the United States has spoken about is coming under fire, especially when it comes to the health of the state of California. Did they really deter it? Have they really stopped all things from happening? The FBI and the Secret Service. I'm really wondering here because I say that because we are about to get into some major warring with the Secret Service. It's coming quickly. The third house of communications, we can see that Sebastian is still in transit. There is a major transformation that has taken place with his public image, and we haven't quite seen it just yet. And if we have, we don't know, the law enforcement does. Okay. It would be coming, basically. But this is, this dark moon isn't just a degree that goes to California. It's actually a degree that actually goes to Kathy Bowersox. Kathy Bowersox and California connect. And tomorrow, at this time, is going to connect with California and her. And there is disordered aggression with it, especially when it comes to health. So this is going to be a time period that I'm definitely going to be watching because I see that the sun is shining on the TBI. Their values are being shaken up with things that they learn with a relationship. Okay. So I'm watching this with Sebastian. I'm watching this with Sebastian. There's going to be a wake up call with Ronnie Lawson, Virginia, groups, and the lunar nodes are coming down into degree over Virginia and groups. Now watch. Let's stop it right here and let's reflect back and look at the chart of Syria. So we can get an idea of when this is really going to get intense with Syria. Where's it at? Where'd they go? Because it's about to get tense with them. All right. All right, here we go. Where is it at? $2028. Let me look at it for a second. Okay, I'm thinking of South Africa. This is South Africa right here. Because it's starting now. Because Venus has already made contact with the weight of war, the money, the resources, and she's coming here, make contact with that degree. There's already been a shakeup. By tomorrow, there's already been this shakeup with the House of Groups because, these countries have connections with others. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. So this is about the 2 in Iowa. It's about the warring. And so the fate is already going to be, the fate at the 1259, it's now at a 1258. So the fate has already went over them with their health. It could start as early. We could see a lot, we could hear about a lot of warring going on in Syria with our troops by tomorrow. If not tonight, by tomorrow for sure. But it's really going to get intense and dark for Syria when the dark moon moves into that 2940 degree. This is when it's going to really start picking up. What we've already seen is really going to start picking up. Watch. This is why. It's because it's going to leave California. The dark moon is. Lunar nodes are on Massachusetts now on at 17th, okay? Remember, when I was doing the map, Massachusetts, Connecticut. So now here we go. The fate is now with Virginia and Massachusetts because they both have the 1256. Virginia, Massachusetts, 17th. Write it down because the sun is shining on the FBI. They're making moves. They're making moves, guys. Making hella moves. And the Secret Service is with this as well. All right. So, and there's a lot of warring with the Secret Service here with the sixth house of health. There's going to be this looks like it's going to be really intense. All right. So here we go. Now we're going to get this dark moon to that 2940. The moon is now in Sag. We're reflecting on that ambush. There it is. So by Wednesday, the 17th, the afternoon, all of that energy is now progressing toward a very dark, intense time with Syria and relationships. Now the relationships are getting really dark because this seventh house of relationships is where this 2940 is going to begin. Whatever is taking place with the Secret Service is now in the 12th house, but it's going to be coming up into the 11th house of groups because she's going to come all the way around the wheel many times before she lets off of that 2440. Secret Service is under the gun big time. There is values with President Trump, with the FBI. There's an intensity that's going to be taking place at home with the FBI on the 17th. Write it down. Then here we go. Now we're in the health factor. We're not just with relationships. Now it's the health factor. The United States has a devouring energy with resources and authority at a 2128. There it is. But on the 17th, this 2128 is also connecting to me and Summer Wells. It's connecting to us both. That 2128 is where I receive information. I'm going to receive information at this time. I can also see that the moon is reflecting all the problems with Chris Proudfoot. It's in an opposition with his mother. I can see that his stepfather, the disordered aggression that he has, is now in the media. Whatever Seth is learning is opposing him about his kid. Now watch this. The next hour, the dark moon is still at the 2940. We're still very intense. Syria is having a lot of intensity for hours. The 2941 is now in transit. The 17th at 5:45, there is going to be a lot of disordered aggression in Missouri. Missouri. Let me say it. Missouri is going to have a lot of disordered aggression, a lot of darkness that is surrounding kids, creativity. There's things going on in Missouri at this time. Not only is this 2941 connected to Missouri, it's also connected to Vladimir, the president of Russia, and Israel. There is a lot of disordered aggression that is coming out or into Israel. This is a big time period for both countries. Big. That 2941 is with the values of Vladimir. There is a reigniting of a flame with the home front with Israel. And I can't make it up. Can't make it up. This is going to Wednesday night, 5:45. There's a lot of disordered aggression. Things of the past, death, other people's money, hidden sex. All this intensity that is coming from the FBI on the home front is now in the past. But there's a lot of intensity with the FBI at this time. And whatever it is, here is where the FBI could be making an announcement. There could be something that is coming out in the media about the FBI. Could be something coming out in the media about the TBI. There is definitely a justice that is coming for Hillary Clinton. For Summer Wells. There's divine justice that is with Donald Trump. By Wednesday night, at the same time that I see the FBI, Israel, Missouri, and Vladimir, and whoever else would have that 2941. We are full-fledged warring with the things with the Secret Service, and there's a lot of energy with me and World Health right at this time. At this time. And then I see that moving forward with Syria, it's going to be right here. Right here. So there is going to be a major transformation with the war on Syria, December 17th, Wednesday night. Wednesday night. So let's look at this because the dark moon has already went over them. And let's just see what it is that is looking like it, because the transformation is about things of the past, but then we're coming into the 11th house of groups with Syria. And I promise Iran, y'all, all these, I could pull up so many charts, and I've already done that. I've already pulled them all up. I already looked at all of them. What does it mean with the world health? Well, it's where I teach astrology, world health with astrology. It's my Hygeia in the 9th house of Aquarius. It's where I teach world health with astrology. So the 811 that the FBI has, The 811 that the TBI has, there is a connection between the FBI and the TBI. There's a connection between the FBI and the Secret Service. These connections is how they communicate with one another. So when I was telling you that 811 was in transit with that dark moon with Syria, the 811 Mercury is going to oppose Syria. What is going to be said, what is going to be talking about with the FBI is going to be opposing Syria and their groups. And it is going back to two people. It's going to go back to communications, and it's everything to do with how they bring in money, their resources. Okay? Their resources and the money. So the intensity, the darkness, the opposition with their health is right here. All the while, this warring is about to be transformed and their public image. Where is the 455, you ask? It's right here in the third house of communications. That's where there's going to be a lot of transformation with their home, with the way that the communications are going to go. And the Secret Service is all in it. They're all in it. The intensity that the FBI has at a 141, they connect to that as well. They get information from the FBI. There's times that I look at these charts and I wonder if there's some type of sideshow. And all of this is just for show. President Trump has a 2113 in his chart. Syria has a 2113 in their chart. Sebastian has his Saturn at a 2113 in Virgo in his chart. So that's how I remember those. Because Sebastian's Saturn degree, 2113 in Virgo, that's where their God's will is being done in the third house. But it's also where Trump is connecting to Syria. Our Secret Service has a lot of disordered aggression when it comes to Syria. They don't like how they don't like, a lot of these countries have figured out that all these terrorist groups are groups that we have created from within that we call we call them something, and they are really special forces, special operations for us. Same with Israel. Everybody is clouded thinking that, we should, that's where the Holy Land is. That's the holy place. Israel is it, but there isn't, there isn't, there isn't anything that Israel would have that we don't have. God is within, and we don't find him in some place in Israel. And that place has been jacked up for a long time. We created them. We created them in 1948. We created Israel in 1948. The president of Israel graduated from Massachusetts. Or from Maryland. I don't even remember which one he graduated from. It was somewhere in, in the States. He didn't, it's crazy. It's crazy what people think about. The way that they think it's so boxed in. But anyway, so if we look at this from another point of view, on December 17th, we look at it like this. We are coming into the new moon. That is what this moon is doing. Angel, for you, this moon is coming into the new moon. It's working its way up to the sun at a 28 degree. It's going to reflect on the communications. It's going to reflect on the values. is going to reflect on the relationships. And we are going to be having this new moon with the galactic center. A lot of new things are about to happen, and it's going to happen with Syria. Okay. It's happening with Syria. It's going to happen. Watch. So this is going to, we're going to look at this 455. We're going to see how many days it's going to be transforming Syria. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days. By December 23rd, the transformation, whatever transformation has happened, we are now in a new period because with Syria, that is. Now we're in some type of new phase. Now watch this. The desire is at a 909. It's going to hit the 911. And there's going to be a breakup with the United States because everybody's trying to wheel and deal right now. They're trying to wheel and deal behind the scenes. So the 9/11 is coming here on the 24th. So Christmas Eve. The word is that they thwarted stuff going on New Year's Eve. But what about Christmas Eve? What about Christmas Eve? Because when we look at it with the United States chart on December 24th, there's definitely things that are taking place behind the scenes still that are shady as hell. All the wheeling and dealing that's going on behind the scenes. And it does have to do with Syria. There's going to be a lot of intensity on December 20th. So this is the new moon is on the 19th. On the 20th. Hold on, let me look at this. Hold on. Because I just now saw this. Hold on. This is when there's a lot of intensity with the United States, a lot of magnetism with the law, with relationships. And it's right here. It's a 24-hour period. Yeah, it does begin on the evening of the 19th. So it does begin on the new moon. And it has to do with California. Lots of things going on in California right here on the 19th on this new moon. Right here. I say California because at 333, that's their moon degree. The intensity, the vertex for the United States is a 2609. That's where the opposition is with the Secret Service. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, we could be in a full out war here with Syria on the 19th because there is new things that are taking place. I can kind of see Japan in this though. Japan and California. I'm seeing like Japan up here. I'm seeing California here. I'm seeing things are really dark here in Tennessee. All kinds of stuff going on in Utah. Okay, Jesus. Jesus. The physician, I think the physician is going to be on Syria too. That 722. 722 with Syria. Or am I looking at King Charles? I was just looking at him earlier today. Let me look at him. If they don't have that, let's look at King Charles. Something's up with him. I'm thinking that that's King Charles. Hold on. Where's he at? King Charles. No. Nick? No, wasn't him. Wasn't her. Somebody. Is it JFK? I saw it this morning. There is a physician. Who was that? Who was that? Zelensky, maybe? I'm looking at it small real quick so I can bring it up. There is definitely things going on with King Charles, but I can't quite see, can't quite understand. There's going to be a shakeup with him. Shakeup of groups? Is it Netanyahu? Obama? Nope. I saw this earlier, guys. There's definitely going to be things going on with with Netanyahu, with Israel. Okay, let's see. Maybe it's Israel. There's a physician that's going to be called in for one of these people. Elon? South Africa? South Africa? I don't remember. Who is it? South Africa and okay, so South Africa and Utah have a connection. So a lot of times if I say hitting the ascendant of Utah and it's connecting to South Africa, that's why. Because, there's connections between some of these places that I try to keep in the back of my head. I just can't remember everything, but I try to remember certain things. It could be Bill or Hillary. Jeffrey Epstein. Utah. I don't remember Jesus. Jesus. Ambush, Connecticut. Let's look at Connecticut for a second. That's Rhode Island. Okay. Rhode Island has a relationship here at a 2915. So that tells me that if we look at Nick, okay, so his magnetism, that's weird. There's definitely a Rhode Island connection, the 2915, and it's showing a relationship with Nick. Why is that? Nick Reiner. No matter what time he's born, his magnetism is right here. That 2915. So when I was looking at that 2915 and I was talking about it with him and that magnetism that he has, I was also talking about Rhode Island. Interesting. Interesting, guys. That his connection, he does have a connection with his magnetism to Rhode Island with prisons and hospitals, possibly a relationship, somebody that he knows. I don't know. It's pretty fishy here. The 221, that's where there is going to be relationships that are going to be shaken up with groups, video, possibly. And that is when, interesting. So, interesting. Okay. So the moon of California is also connecting to Rhode Island's fourth house of home. Huh. Yeah. Something ain't right here. And there's a justice with the law enforcement with the law out of California. Weird, weird, weird. Weird to see these connections, really, especially with everything that's gone on this weekend. It's weird to see that these connections, his magnetism would come here in their 12th house. And that the moon of California that I was talking about is the justice. There's a justice there. And we can see too in Rhode Island. Let's look at this justice. It squares Juno. So it's squaring relationships. This justice is challenged by the chatter, possibly two people from their past. Huh. Lord, Lord, Lord. 221. I was just talking about that. It's wild. Okay, so 221. That would be, they're going to be a lot of transformation in Rhode Island with groups on the 18th. The 18th. And there's that damn 1657 again. Who's got it? Who's got it? I wonder if the Secret Service has it. CIA. But this will be on the 18th. This will be on the 18th. And this is the day before that the United States has an intense experience on the 19th. Wild. Wild, guys. Wild. It's going to be a justice with Utah. Let's see. Look at the Secret Service. Jesus. CIA. Like, who is having that 1657? Somebody's got it. I'm sick of seeing it. It keeps circling back around. It is the Secret Service. Okay. It is the Secret Service. Look at that. Because it keeps coming back around and they are being, look, they're not having a good go. They're not having a good go with the energy, with their magnetism. Things are not working out for them. So that's when they're going to get some wisdom though about Rhode Island, but they're having a time. They're having a time getting there. That's who that is that we keep seeing that's showing up with all of this. Where did I see it? 1657. And I don't like seeing that either when things, are really going downtown because here we are, we're learning things in that 7th house. And it has to do with Virginia. There's a Virginia. Let me see if they've got that Virginia 2443. They don't. They sure don't. And all this weight is going to be transformed. It's coming. There's a huge weight of transformation that is coming with them when Pluto gets to that 236. I got to remember that they got that 1657, man. 236. December 27th. You know what? This is with Israel, Gavin Newsom, Canada, Trump. 2 days after Christmas. This is the day. Okay. This is where all of their problems are going to be transformed. The Secret Service, that is. what is going on with Trump. That 428. This is also, of course, the way that Trump connects to Sebastian. This day, this is the evening. Let's see when this starts with the Secret Service, because this could actually be on the 28th. It's going to start on the 27th and go into the 28th, I believe. I do. There is the moon with Trump. Okay. I'm going to learn about a relationship with Netanyahu. Now we've got relationships that are critical. Relationships are now critical. And it looks like they've been critical because we're at a 2930. And look at that, the health and a relationship. Ooh, Lordy. We're seeing an opposition big time. And it has to do with the Secret Service. Here we go. Here's the direct opposition right here. We're seeing it in real time. It's California. Y'all, this is California. My gosh. Uh-oh. Not good. Not good. There is also an opposition with Kathy Bowersox on the 28th. This is a very intense time, guys. Very intense time. Let's look at the United States first. Let's look at the United States first, guys. Yep. We're seeing something here. We're seeing something. We're seeing it right after Christmas. All this thwarting that they did, all this, them saying that they did something great, I think would only make people go, "Oh, really? You think you're that smart? Okay, well, let's look at it." Okay. I'm having to put on my hoodie again. I'm getting cold. So we've already had a relationship to weigh us down. The 1221 where we rise and descend in Gemini, that 1221 is fated. There's a lot of fate that is coming in with the United States at this time. God dang it, man. So intense. Please let it be Sebastian. Let it be Sebastian, because I'm seeing a lot of him right here. Chiron is coming down to the 2234, the things that are hidden, the values and the health. What else are we seeing here? We're rising in Sagittarius, that we're about to rise at the same degree as the United States. There is a reigniting of a flame with values. Those values that are hidden that are coming from or that are in another country. This could be about, a foreign agent, someone acting as a foreign agent, because Neptune at a 2225, that is where Vesta, there's a flame of life here, and it's with the values, the resources, the authority, the responsibility, the accountability with whatever is happening here. And by the time the dark moon comes to a 0053, there is information that is coming in to the United States. That's where they receive leads, they receive information. There's going to be an opposition with Homeland Security. There's an opposition with Homeland Security that is building. It's going to build. There's going to be an investigation via Homeland. It's definitely coming. But it does look like a relationship in California. There's, and this is early. This is early in the morning. Could it be an earthquake? Possibly. But it's involving a relationship. That's what makes me feel like this isn't an earthquake. That 2934 is their Pluto. There's going to be a lot of transformation here with the chatter. And I see Seth in transit on the 28th. I see Jupiter at a 2148. That's the same degree as Sebastian Rogers. Neptune. And it's about home, things that are hidden at home. This 2934, like I said, it goes to Kathy Bowersox. Is the boy in California? There is a breakup with the moon, with communications, with Sebastian. This could be a time period where the kids are found. I've talked about this. Jack and Lily. Maybe they'll be found in California. Okay, so the 2133, there's going to be a wake-up call with the Neptune of Sebastian. It's going to be a wake-up call with the Homeland Security. We haven't gotten there just yet. What is happening Sunday, December 28th in California? Is there anything happening that day? Let's look. Let's look. Because we could be seeing something being planted before an event. Before an event. Festive light, let's see. You'll find ongoing holiday magic like festive light displays, enchant Christmas, Santa Anita Park, potential winter fun in mountain towns like Big Bear, desert escapes, yada yada. Santa Anita Park. Oh God. Okay, so that goes on until the 31st. There. The casino resort ice rink. Ice rink. Anything else that's happening? Magic of lights. There's just a bunch going on. My gosh. Oh my gosh, y'all. So let's look. Because I'm not looking at it from a California time. I'm looking at it from Nashville time. So something's not right here. And again, I see Kathy Bowersox. There's information about her with California. Not good. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Because see, this is Gavin Newsom too. There's a breakup. There's things going on. Gavin Newsom and Trump. Trump's dark moon is at 428. Gavin Newsom's Venus is a 428. So it's definitely going to have, it could be something political, but guys, I just don't think so. I think we're seeing something different here. Only because there's a huge weight and a transformation with groups in the Secret Service. And I can see that there is an opposition with Homeland. So major problems here. Major problems. What I'm missing here? Could be going back to the couple in California. I just don't think so. This could be a fiery, this could be fire, a fire that was set, a bomb that was planted. Let's keep going. Let's look at that. I think it was a 53 that we get the information from the United States. Was it 53? That's where the information is going to start coming in. It's a 53. Okay. So the information will start coming in here. Where's the dark moon? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? There she is. Okay. And we're in the 9th house. Oh, God. RDC Syria coming into transit with a relationship. We're getting close. Jesus, come on, man. There it is. There it is. Okay. I'm going to save it. Sunday morning. Sunday morning. On the 28th. God, I can see me right here. Like I can see me reflecting. I can see it. What's happening? I definitely see Syria. There's information that's coming in. We are receiving information from the United States. They are receiving information. Maybe they're not giving it to us, but there's definitely transformation that's going to take place that weekend after Christmas. It's very intense, fated. We could be going to war before, after. This is crazy. But there is that opposition with California. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. I'm going to have to be looking at this later, looking at the CIA, just really checking it out, man. I could only hope that Sebastian would be found, and that's man. Got to look at it with Kathy too. Got to look at it with Kathy. Something's up here. Something's not right. Something right here. It's going to be a shakeup. Shakeup with the FBI. Major investigation. Major investigation is underway Sunday night. Whatever it is that they didn't see, whatever it is that they didn't see, that they didn't catch, well, it's going to bring Chris Proudfoot a lot of disordered aggression. It's a big day for Sebastian, big day for California. And then here is the California energy one more time. We're looking at it one more time. And there it is. There's that 2950. Once again, there's a relationship. There's a relationship that's bringing California a conscious raising experience at home. God dang, man. At home. The dark moon, the conversation, the dark moon is going to be in an opposition with Sedna. These are collective. This is definitely a collective. If you've got that degree now, it's going to hit you on a personal level, but for the most of, for most of us, this is going to be, there's things that the FBI is learning here that there's an investigation going on Sunday night. God, I could only hope that it would have something to do with Sebastian. Because he also has that 2950 that connects to California. The fate is now on Sebastian, actually, on a relationship. There's a relationship with Sebastian. There's a fate here. I can't even make this shit up, man. Can't even make it up. And this is actually why I want to do like a whole year of looking at the transits with him, because even though there's so much conspiracy surrounding his disappearance, you just don't think, and I could be wrong, I don't think that Sebastian is deceased. I think that all of this other stuff that's been on the YouTube streets is it's not looking at certain things, not looking at certain things here like we do. The energy with Sebastian and the TBI and their opposition. There it is. That's Sunday night. God, could he please? Please, gosh. Please let it be. Let's look at that opposition with the Homeland Security. It's right there. I don't know that they've thwarted much of anything. God dang, man. Here's Juno. Juno has went from that critical degree, and she is now in Capricorn. So I think we're going to see something major take place 27th, 28th, that weekend after Christmas. There's definitely an opposition that's taking place on the 29th with Homeland. Let me make sure that I've got that correct. Let me make sure that they have that in. It could be another degree, and I'm just thinking it's something else. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, yeah. No, shit. I'm so far off. Who am I thinking about? Who am I thinking about? No, it is Homeland. It is Homeland, but I was thinking about another degree. 2154. They got a 2153. Okay. See, Sebastian and Maryland hold a 2656 with their ascendant and descendant, and that's where Homeland is connecting for sure. But let me go back. So that is a weight with relationships with the Secret Service or Marshals. They're just not doing a good job, guys. You're just not doing a good job. Just not doing a good job. Homeland and the 28th. Let's see. Oh, I was looking at that 2154, I thought. Yeah, I wanted to see that 2154 with Palace. That's the next day. That's the 29th. That's right. That's right. Right there. That's what I want to see with the Secret Service right there. Because it looks like God's will is being done with them. Homeland. Are y'all bored or what? God dang. Okay. $25.08. $25.06. There it is. Because whatever it is, they're still coming down. It's coming down from the 2920 to the 2914. There's a shakeup, and it's coming with the communications. Coming with the communications. I don't know that they've thwarted anything. I really don't. I hate to say that. I just don't think that they have. I don't think that they have. We're gonna see something. Let's look at the 31st. Because that's when they said that they thwarted all kinds of. I think that might come back and bite them in the butt. Mm. Okay, so Chiron isn't coming down. Okay, that's good. So Chiron isn't coming down to the United States outer wheel. But we're definitely gonna learn some things. Moon, I don't know. We may see some shit go down. I think we're gonna see some shit go down. I do. I think we're gonna see it on that weekend. It looks too intense to not be something crazy. there's going to be something crazy because we've got a relationship that's intense, it's critical, and it's going to be opposing Hygeia. It's opposing Hygeia. So whatever that is, however that is, it's going to be really intense. It's going to be really intense for California. And I'm going to be looking at that with California. When was that? The 28th, when that major opposition was coming in. I can see it looked like that let me go back. It was the 28th. That's it. God, it looks like Sebastian so much, y'all. Dang. Dang it. Ugh. Wow. Ugh. A weight on the Secret Service. There it is. It's California. I'll have to look at Gavin Newsom with this. Everything. Everything. Surprised I haven't heard from my daughter again. Where's California? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? California. I'm about to be looking at the CIA because something ain't right here. Sunday morning, was that it? 4:45 a.m. That's when that's when it is. Okay, so I've got California on the left, got December 28th on the right. And this is where the opposition is with the relationship and the health with relationships here. The 2934, that's these two. That's these two. And what's going to happen is this relationship is going to be transformative in the 6th house of health. And then it's going to come, that relationship is going to come and it's going to shake shit up with groups at the 2950. You see what I'm saying? Like just what happened yesterday. Hit the 29, Mars was at that 2934. And then as soon as it hit the 2950, it shook things up. And we learned about this couple. Oh, it's California that's got the 2154. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't Homeland, it was California. There's going to be an opposition against yeah, that's it. Okay. Enough said. There's a wake-up call with groups. At a 2154, that's when it's gonna come. It's gonna be opposition. Let's look at that one more time. Wow, okay. Monday morning. Monday morning, December 29th. December 29th. See what else is showing up for California. Because it's not looking good for California at all. I mean, this could be an earthquake. It could be, fires, be weather, could be weather related, but it does appear to have some type of relationship involvement. The relationship involvement. That's where I'm like, whoa. So we're getting it on the 28th, the 29th, 28th and the 29th. And this is where we see this opposition. And the opposition is in the past with groups. 2154. Groups like a gang. Like a gang. Like a gang, maybe? No. No. And then God's will is going to be done. 1609. That's the Secret Service. Wow. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. The dark moon is at a 0059. And I don't know if we need to pull up. Looks like we're going to pull up Newsom. This could have something to do. Okay, guys. This could also have some. Let me just put this out there. This could also have something to do with South Africa because for some reason we are going to be hearing a lot more negative stuff about South Africa for some reason. We are connected. California is connected to South Africa. We are connected to South Africa, United States. Trump is too. Elon was born there. There's something up. And I've just now discovered it. So I don't know. But there's going to be a lot of darkness that is going to be coming over California even more. And I just don't understand why. I don't understand why. That's the opposition. The lunar nodes at a 1217 are coming down to the Hygeia. Is something, is there going to be a resignation? Is what's happening here? Well, let's look at Gavin. I can't stand it no more. I got to look at Gavin. Is there going to be somebody that, because the political arena, if you haven't, it's getting very intense. The political arena it's as bad as YouTube because they go real life. They'll just take you out and blame it on ISIS. Take your butt out. Yep, Gavin Newsom is also connecting. Look at that. So he rises at that 2113 with Trump. That 2113, I was just showing you guys. God dang, dude. Way too many connections here to be, I mean, it's just, it is what it is. Let's see. I don't. There's no telling. There's no telling here. Gavin could be spilling the beans about something. He could definitely be spilling the beans about something. There is definitely a U.S. Marshal theme with Gavin Newsom with California. There is definitely there is some type of marshal involvement. There's a marshal involvement here. Okay. Oh God. So that 2113 that he rises with, that Gavin Newsom rises with in Virgo. Trump has it. Syria has it. Trump has it. Syria has it. Gavin Newsom rises right here at the same exact degree where God's will is being done with Syria. So, is there going to be something more that's coming that they're going to blame it on Syria? Because there's an opposition. And that opposition is found in the past. I got to look at the marshals because it looks like that there's something happening with them. I would imagine too that everything that I'm seeing is definitely could be related going back with conversations that we're having about what happened with the couple, the Reiners and their son. That's definitely possible, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Mm-mm. Something else happening. Could it be that there is going to be so much fire? The fires are just gonna be constantly ignited and getting worse that people can't breathe? That's possible. That's possible. But I keep seeing the United States Marshals in this weekend with the 27th, the 28th, and then the 29th. It would appear that the intensity with conversations, with maybe a riot, some type of there's something going on with the marshals, and it would appear that it could definitely be in California. I just don't know. Just don't know, because the intensity that they're gonna have at home, that's where Mercury is coming. Mercury is coming to that 2509. The intensity is coming with the US Marshals. There's a lot that's happening. Chiron is over the US Marshals right now, and the wisdom of the things that are hidden at home. So that tells me that it really may not be thwarted at all, because that 2245, I'm pretty sure that's where Chiron is right now. Yeah, it just left them. So I don't know that we're really out of the woods. California is faded right now. I don't think that we're out of the woods yet. I think they spoke too soon. I think they spoke too soon, because there's too much going on with these agencies, and I haven't even looked at the CIA yet. There's going to be a lot of warring that it looks like it's coming to their Mars at home. That's coming. That's a 2432. And the wake up call is definitely going to hit them first with their lunar nodes. Then it's going to hit their outer wheel before it ever even comes to California. Yeah. I've got family in California. I don't know about y'all, but I do have family there. I mean, it could all be just political. I don't think so, though. I just don't. I don't think so. So we've got the U.S. Marshals. Their values here with health is a 2927. So it would have already went over them before it actually hits California. It would contact them first before it hits California. Major transformation that has taken place at home out of 16. Yeah. I even see Ohio in this. I see Ohio and Tennessee here. Hmm. You can already tell that Hygeia is coming down into this degree with their seventh house of relationships and partnerships. So it's about other agencies, I think. I definitely do. Let's look at the CIA. CIA, y'all. Are y'all not bored? Mandy, I'm pretty sure that the weekend it's going to be very intense in California over the weekend of after Christmas. The weekend after Christmas is going to be very intense. Don't be in groups. Be aware. Don't be scared. Just be aware. And it's going to be happening probably in the middle of the night. Or that's when it could be if there's something planted. There's something, I don't know. It could be, let's see, CIA. Let's look at that. On Monday, the 29th. Yeah, you're welcome. We'll keep an eye out, that's for sure. We'll be looking at it. I'll be looking at it before that comes, and I'll try to let's see. Well, I just saw that 1747 in Rob Reiner's chart. I just saw that 1747 in Rob Reiner's chart. Huh. Well, ain't that something? I'm looking. I'm looking. Me, myself, I don't see it. I know that there's a flame of light that's going to come here over the weekend after Christmas. And then Pluto is going to oppose their sun. It's coming to oppose their sun. It's already opposing their sun. What am I talking about? It's already opposing it. It's in an opposition already. At a 2 degree, it's already in an opposition with the way they shine, especially the way that the CIA is shining at home with publicity, with schools, with children, missing kids. I mean, I just don't see it. I don't see anything. I just see it with the relationship with California. Is it a judge? Is it Kathy? Is that where things are going to be shaken up and we're going to find Sebastian there? God, I hope. I hope so. So let's look at the 2912. 2912. That's the CIA. That would be the CIA with health, with 2. Because they're looking. Maybe it's something happened to do with the Rhode Island people. Maybe they did go that way into Connecticut because I didn't draw it down. Let's look. 2912. Right there. That is December 30th at 1:27 a.m. That's the Central Intelligence. And there again, I see Sebastian. This 12:15, I see Sebastian. There, this is his lunar nodes. His lunar nodes are at 12:15. The lunar nodes are coming down to 12:15. And not only that, this is what I'm seeing, guys. So the CIA This is where they have, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Peace, love, Jeep. Aw. Thank you so much, guys. If you are in the chat, if you're in the chat, I know sometimes people aren't even in the chat and they receive a membership. But if you have received a membership, thank Peace, Love, Jeeps too. Thank you so much. 23. Thank you so much, honey. So sweet. I'll tell you what I see, guys. I definitely see at 1:30 in the morning, I'm seeing Sebastian again. I'm seeing him again, and it's right here with these lunar nodes. And these lunar nodes go to this 1215 goes to the moon of Virginia. The moon of Virginia. The moon. Seventh house relationships. We are reflecting on his health, his mother. But I will say that the woman in Georgia, who thought that she saw Sebastian walking along the streets with some homeless people, she has that 2929 in her chart. She sure does. Sure enough, she sure does. And look at that. There's a divine justice that's coming with the 2112. It's coming into the 2113. That is the Saturn. That's the Saturn of Sebastian. There's also a divine justice coming with Trump, with Syria, Gavin Newsom. Yeah. Yep. Major dark moon that is here with the United States of America. This is Tuesday. Major darkness with the midheaven, with the IC of the United States. It's making contact and it's with values. It is with values. And I feel like it's just going to be picking up. The political arena is it's just so bad. Golly, I wish I knew what was going on with Sebastian here. I hope he calls home. I do. I hope he calls his daddy, and that's what I'm seeing right there. Right there at the 2113. That is definitely I don't know, it could be promising here. It could be promising. And it could be that Katie, because she has a 00 sun that is in Virgo. And maybe there's some type of communications that's going to be coming in with Sebastian through a relationship. God, we could only hope. Pray, wish. Lots of disordered aggression, a lot of darkness that is going to be coming with the Reiner's daughter, that young daughter. There's a lot of darkness, a lot of disordered aggression here. I'm wondering if we're going to see someone like I do keep seeing Sebastian after Christmas. I do. I sure do. Fate, the fate with the relationship, the fate with him and where he went to. Yes, I definitely do. Katie does. She needs to give it up. She definitely needs to give it up. Just, tell us where he's at. Please, for the love of God, bring the boy home. I don't think that she did. I don't think that I know that a lot of people do. And, maybe it's just because I put more faith into that she did not unalive her son. That she just can't stand Seth enough that she just don't want him to have him. She wants to fix, manage, control his upbringing that much. He didn't speak up. She took matters in her own hand. She sent him off, and it's done. She can't go back and undo it. It's done, you know? That's what I'm hoping. I really do. This is the CIA. This is the CIA right here. And I think we really need to start looking at them more, our other agencies more, because, yeah, I just don't trust them. I'm not trusting what I'm seeing, especially when they say that they had somebody in custody, put out his name and everything, and it wasn't even him. And you could just tell. There is a fate. The fate is with communications. This fate is going to be with communications, I think. And the moon is reflecting a relationship. And y'all, I do have Miss Betty's chart. Ugh, I do have her chart. And I'm gonna have to look at it. I'm gonna have to look at it. Like right now. I hope I saved her name as Betty. Betty UFO, Betty Hill. Ooh, that's a good one. That's some fun stuff. Looking at the Betty Sebastian. Okay. Oh, that's the sighting. Oh, let me go back. Let's go back. Betty. Betty Sebastian. There it is. Let's look at her because there's an opposition with Neptune. And, it's this. The enlightenment, her desires are at 2929, and that's where Neptune is in an opposition and clouding everything. Clouding. But let's see if there is anything else that's showing up in her chart that so it's like this. Okay, so I'm kind of seeing it like this too, because she and California have a 20, I mean, Sebastian and California have a 2950. So if he was ever found in California, she would know it's not Bullhorn Betty. No, she would get the information after. So it does make me wonder about California too. So let's check this out. Let me see if there's anything. Oh, wow. She has the 1650. A lot of countries, like in the Caribbean, have that 1650. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to take that. Note it. Note it. See what I can tell here. If we're making any connections at all with this fate, I forgot she also has that 2248. She's going to learn something about Virginia. There's a Virginia connection with her. She learns about relationships there. She's born in 53. She lives in Georgia, and she thought that she saw Sebastian. Look, so there's a divine justice that's going to come over Sebastian. Before it does, It comes to her 11th house of grooves. The sun has just shined in Capricorn there. It's in the middle of the night. Why is, the sun is shining on groups, her values. There's a justice with those values and the authority. The authority. Let's see. Let me look at her a little bit longer here. Just a little bit longer. Let me look at this. Saturn is coming here. There's more work to do. She connects to Sebastian so much. I need to show you guys. Like this woman that said that she thought that she saw Sebastian connects to him in so many ways. In so many ways. It's just not even funny. It's not even funny, man. It could be that's what we're gonna start seeing is this come back into play. And then Saturn, there's going to be limits and obstacles here with the timing, with money, with values. 29, 26. And it could be that it's because he's found somewhere else, maybe. Maybe it's because he's found somewhere else. 453. Let's look at the collective, 453, 446. 226. 226, there's a darkness with relationships. There's the 2608. There's communications in the middle of the night. I mean, for all I know, she's dreaming. Because it's in the middle of the night. She should be asleep. We should all be asleep. It's in the middle of the night. The opposition is with the kid. That's Sebastian. That's Sebastian. Why would I'm looking at this with the CIA too. I mean, it's bonkers. It's bonkers. Jupiter would have expanded. Jupiter would have expanded right here. I think, you know what? So when she thought that she saw Sebastian, she was coming back from the cemetery. And so maybe it is that she's going to see somebody again that she thinks is Sebastian. But it looked like that Saturn is going to come back and make contact, even with this moon, about what she is, the investigative moon that she has with her values. And going to the cemetery because she was coming back from the cemetery the day that she thought that she saw Sebastian. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, maybe they're making moves in the middle of the night. We have no idea. We have no idea, but there is a wake-up call. We're gonna get a wake-up call. Me and Seth will get a wake-up call when we do wake up. We're gonna see things on the 30th that's going to come back. There's something here. There's something here. Something there. And the weight, there's a weight that's coming down into Georgia. Hmm. She shines at a 1753. We got the sun, we got Venus, we got all that in Capricorn that is opposing. But you know what? All that is in her third and fourth house of home, which her home is in Georgia. Her home is in Georgia. Hmm. So let me show you this. Let me show you this. So when Jupiter expands the 2148, it's also expanding with Miss Betty. This is what's wild to me. It's right here. This is the 28th, right here. And this is right before, this is right with that opposition with California. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. This is in an opposition with California. There's a reigniting of a flame with the U.S. Marshals, the things that are going on with the United States right there. This is just Lane Maxwell. I can see her. I can see her in the transits. So watch this. Okay, so the 2148 that Sebastian has is in his third house. Let me pull him up just so you guys can see this. Because you're looking at a dilemma here with me. It's where we're just trying to see, because if Sebastian's alive, this is the only way. You know, I've already said if he's not alive, where I think we should search, how we should search it, everything. If he's alive though, like I hope he is, then we look at this third house of communications. This is his communications, it's his sibling, everything. This is where he's going. This is his north node. And this Aquarius energy could be homeless, okay? The 1701, it connects to Utah. The 1215 connects to Virginia. The 2148 connects to Miss Betty. That's the third house of communications with this north node. Conjunctus Chiron, conjunct Neptune, okay? It's about his stepsister, you know, and where he is. So what I'm seeing here is that there's a breakup with communications. This 428, there's a breakup with communications in the sixth house of health. And that 448, oh shoot, hold on. Let me get it with two hands. The 428, that is where there's a breakup with mom, the moon, the abuse, anything that would have taken place at home, her wanting him to be independent of her. Okay. So there's a breakup. Jupiter is expanding home. Jupiter is expanding things that we are learning. Jupiter is could be the law enforcement. This could be going far. This could be going into another country. But this 2148, this is where he is connecting to Miss Betty. That 2148 with his Neptune in Aquarius. Again, it could be about video. It could be about networking, homelessness, communications with network. Let's say we're on a video game. We're on a video game. I don't play video games. Let's say I'm on a video game and Sebastian reaches out to me. That could be that. Or, you know, we're not sure who this is. Okay. And believe me, there is going to be coming a reigniting of a flame with life. And it's going to come in this Capricorn energy here. This 23, 29, 23, 22, the 29, 22. We're seeing all of that. This 958, it's about the car, it's about the vehicle, it's about Chris Proudfoot. Period. I mean, period. And you can see that we're going to get a wake-up call. That 2133 is going to come and is going to sit here. Palace is going to sit here. So we're going to be investigating video. We're going to be investigating audio. We're going to be investigating something. We are. Whether it brings us to Sebastian or not, I don't know. I don't know, but I can tell that there's definitely going to be some things happening. But at the same time, guys, we are literally seeing a relationship opposing California. There is a California signature here, but this 2934 signature is also with Kathy Bowersox. Is there going to be somebody saying, I've got video, or I saw Kathy and this is who I saw with her? We don't know how it's all going to work itself out. I know that there's a lot of attention with the desires to find Sebastian, and that 447 is with Seth. So we've got Seth. We've got Mrs. Bowersox. We've got her son here. And we've got an expansion of home, but the home is hidden. It's hidden because it's in the 8th house. But we do have a breakup. That breakup is with that moon, with the mother. Could there be an arrest? Are they going to find something at the cemetery? Are they going to find something at a home with the law? I don't think so, because this is happening in the middle. This is way too early. I don't think they're going to be in a cemetery. All the while, the United States, federally, this 1221, there's a federal fate with California and with, it's squaring up with Mrs. Bowersox in California. Mars at a 0021 has just went over and made contact and has transformed his dad's values, his stepdad's values, a business, a lot of energy, a lot of aggression that is going to a business. And don't forget that 456 that is upon us right now is just sitting here waiting to be transformed. Like right now. Pluto is at a 236 here. Now let's go back and let's look at Miss Betty. Let's look at Miss Betty. Because she's showing up here too. Because like I said, she connects to Sebastian. And it's right here. This 2148. Her values, things that are hidden in the 8th house, in the woods, in the nature. Like a homeless person would be. And that's where Jupiter is going to be expanding. We're going to learn stuff. We're going to learn something. She's going to learn something, and it'll be when she wakes up. See what else she's got. That would be connecting at this time. You know what I mean? Like I said, she could be dreaming for all I know. She could be dreaming about him. Her lunar nodes are 2904. And that is where this relationship is going to come down to. I mean, has already went over. So the relationship has already went over here where she's been at the cemetery. So she could be reflecting that day on or on Saturday. She could be reflecting on Saturday. Maybe she's going to the cemetery, right? There's a cemetery. This kid, she's been here before. Could be that she's going to the cemetery on Saturday because it's Sunday morning. And this relationship that she could see is the 2904. That's where she's fated. And then the communications with that 2904 is going to come down into the lunar nodes of fate. So Hygeia is here in the 9th house. The relationship at a 29 degree that is critical is here. All the while, California and Sebastian is having an opposition. So that's why I'm like, is he in California? Oh, well, we're gonna have to see if she, if she comes out and she speaks out again and says, "Hey, I think I've seen him. I think I saw him again." Now watch this. Okay. So that's one of their connections. And we're gonna see this 2904 with Hygeia. Let's see what that looks like. Because Sebastian has the 2904 right here. The moon of Seth Rogers is a 2904 in the 4th house of home in Virgo. So this 2904 is where she is fated. About the long travels. No, she didn't take pictures. She's an old woman. She didn't even realize that he was missing until she saw his picture afterward. This was 3 days after he went missing. She thought that she saw him. It was 3 days after. Three days after. But let me also tell you this too. Something else that I'm seeing is that Sebastian has a 2439 in his chart. There's a breakup here. That 2439 has already went over and made contact with Eris. Let me write that down because there's another state that matches that 2439, and I've talked about it and I can't remember it off the top of my head right now. There's another state, and I don't remember which one it is. And I'm trying to remember. I think I I don't know. I don't remember. But I do remember finding it and going, "Wow, okay, that's where there's a breakup that could be coming from." So I'll find it. Don't worry, I'll find it and I'll let you guys know. So the 2904 with Hygeia, with Gemini, with those communications, that 2904 is coming right here with both of them. Whether or not he's in Georgia or not, You know, there's already been a relationship. 2904. Let's go the next day. It's going to be right here. Right there. Tuesday night. Tuesday night. Okay. There's that 2113. It's showing up. There's information. We're talking. This is 5 o'clock. Interesting that we see the 2706 is showing up too. Very interesting because the 2706 is in Sagittarius is the values of Sebastian. The values of Sebastian with the courts, with the long travels, with religion, with a church. There's already a relationship that has just shaken things up and transformed. So we're going to see that. After Christmas, we're going to see it. We're going to see it. In a big way. In a big way, man. This is there's a lot of energy. There's a lot of warring that's going with relationships and Seth. Because he did call the police in Georgia and talk to him. This is very interesting. Where did she see him at? I'll show you. I'll pull up, see if I can pull up his map. No, ever since that FBI stuff happened, man, I always have to, I'm constantly having to sign in. It won't just sign me in anymore. It won't just leave me signed in. God, it's ridiculous. It's right through here. Right there. Carlton, Georgia. That's where the sighting took place. In Carlton, Georgia. Yeah, Villa Rica, Carlton. Okay, so this is his values. Mercury is on there, on his values. The second house, outer will. Communications are already in the past with two people. This is going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. Going to be very interesting. The dark moon is going to be coming over California. Mm-mm-mm. You can see that. The dark moon with the values are coming over California at this time too. The weight still hasn't come on Georgia just yet. And there it is. That's interesting because the weight is on Georgia. This is also Donald Trump and his connection with Georgia. The 1619 is definitely, no matter what time she's born, Kathy Bowersox. There's a devouring of home, of family. This is the 31st. This is New Year's Eve. And I've got some disordered aggression with my values at home, kids, creativity. There's that 9/11. That is the United States. But you know what? There's some serious stuff going on here. Like literally Syria. Syria. I see Syria back in the transits. $243. 2609. Okay, so that's already lifted off of Miss Betty. Jupiter is going to oppose my Mars. That's Wednesday night. What's happening? Is it going to be the law enforcement one more time? Is it going to be them again? Here's California. There's a divine justice here with California right here. There's a lot of wisdom with kids. There's the fifth house of kids. There's a lot of publicity on California Wednesday night. Yep, there's a lot of publicity. So, we just don't know. We really don't. We have no idea what they're going to spin, what they're going to do. But there is a divine justice, lots of wisdom when it comes to publicity and kids and anything that is going on New Year's Eve night in California. It's not. And I think that that's why I'm seeing a lot of disordered aggression with myself because of the thwart that may not be completely thwarted. There's a lot of attention on California. Hmm. And the health. The health with California. Let me look at it again. Is it the health that I'm seeing? Well, 14. The health with that. Okay, so it's going to go from the 1215 with Sebastian to the 1214 with the health. And we're reflecting with 2 with communications. And then there's going to be a shakeup on January 3rd. January 3rd, Sebastian, shakeup, communications. Looks like, to me, it looks like Sebastian's case is going to be moving. Like it's going to be moving at the end of, let me go back. On Christmas Day, there is a lot of wisdom with Sebastian and his connection to Utah. Sebastian's connection to Utah is on Christmas because that 1701, it goes to Utah. But guys, it also goes to Miss Betty. Miss Betty's got it too. The girl is just, I mean, she got all kind. She does. Look at it. That 1701 with Sebastian and Miss Betty. The wisdom is going to be in all day on Christmas. Well, she's going to have the wisdom too with that 1701. And it's a reigniting of a flame of life with groups, with the homeless people. I'm thinking that she's going to think that she sees Sebastian again because it's going to reignite. It's going to reignite once again. And that 1701 that he has is his Chiron. It's with the third house of communications. And so that Chiron, his pain, he is sharing about networking. Every time it hits him, it's hitting her too, in the same exact sign. So they are also connecting there. Seth and I connect here in the sixth house of health, her every day. Her every day. And it's a breakup. There's a breakup with the communications, and there's a lot of warring with her with it. Like I think that she truly believes that she saw him, but you know how these sightings are. And she was just passing by. But she thought it was weird because he had all black on and white socks. They didn't appear to be worn. They appeared to be like new white socks. So very, it really took her by surprise when she saw his picture on the news, and she was like, I just saw that guy. I just saw him. Now, if we look at her connection, let's look at her connection to California, because I think that that's where, you know, I want to see this connection with California. And then if I ever get to talk to her again, I want to ask her, have you ever been to California? If I find a connection, right? Because it's going to make me know. Sometimes you can get these clues, man. I mean, I can't overlook some of this stuff. See if she has any connections. She rises at a 23-25 in Libra. See if she has any connections. I know that she has a connection to Virginia. No doubt about it. For a fact. Connection with Virginia. I know that she has a connection with other countries with this 1650, but I'll have to go back and look to see if that is also, with some of my other places of interest with Sebastian. Because no matter what, I mean, she knows that her lead wasn't taken seriously. She knows that. The law was called, but nobody went. Nobody went. I didn't go. Jeff didn't go. We didn't go. We talked about it. Said we were going to, and we haven't. And imagine, yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing a connection with her in California, but I could be overlooking it. But I don't see it. I mean, she's close to having this, opposition with the dark moon in California. $28. No, close, but not. It's so close. She does have degrees that are close, but no, it's just no. It's just not there. $26, $28. Nope. But she definitely connects to Virginia. And it's where she learns relationships. We go right through here. It's that connection. I mean, she does have that connection with Sebastian. The only other state that I've seen it is with Utah. Let's look at Utah. I'm gonna have to get off here. I've got to get off here. I've got to, I mean, I'm still gonna be doing this, but I've got to get off here and let you guys go. Let you guys do what you need to do instead of just sitting here listening to me look for Sebastian. I mean, I'm just basically just speaking out loud here. And I want to let you guys go. But there is definitely on December 25th, there's definitely a limits and obstacles with her and relationships. And I think it has to do with Sebastian. I really do. And seeing him and not being taken seriously. I don't know why she erased it. I didn't erase it. I don't even see it. Uh, I saw her comment something, but I didn't get to read it. Uh, I think Jill made a mistake. Jill must have made a mistake. I can see it though, lovable mama bear. Sorry, girl. We made a mistake here. Sorry, girl. All right, so I'm gonna let you guys go so y'all can get to doing what you need to do, and I can, do other things besides just sit here on the computer and talk, because that's what I'm gonna do anyway in my head. But I want you guys to Joni says we can do an all-nighter. I know you could. I'm going to as well. I just don't have I don't know what else is there. I don't know what else we could talk about because I'm just gonna keep looking for him. I'm crazy like that. I'm just gonna keep on doing it. Even if I'm not on here, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm a chatterbox. I'm talking in my sleep, thinking about him, looking for him. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I don't think that we're gonna learn anything else about what happened with the Reiners. And if we do, it'll be for, tomorrow's live because, I'll be going live again in the morning. I really want to try to figure out where Sebastian can be. Um, because all of these other states, which one, which one can we find him in? Because again, I don't think that Katie unalived her son. I don't. I think that there was a lot of disordered aggression, a lot of darkness with his health. The transits would show that it's definitely possible that something really bad. But it's only because the way that they went about doing it, you know? If I go missing, I want you to find me. I hope you never do, Joni, but yeah, I'm on it, girl. I'm on it. I just don't think she did. And if she did, I think that it was definitely an accident. But there is something pre-planned. I see something that is pre-planned before he goes missing. And I can show it to you every day, hour to hour. I've done it. I've done it on here. I've done it with myself, showing myself. This was a pre-planned incident. I don't think that, oh, she accidentally did something. I don't think he even made it home. And we can argue till the cows come home. I just don't think he did. I don't think he made it home. I think I'm looking for him in another state or in another country. And there's a lot of them to look at. It's not something that I can just go, oh, I know, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. I can look at his map. I can break it down. I can go line by line. I just don't, you know, I haven't made up my mind just yet where he could be. He definitely connects to California in a major way with groups, major. Yeah, I'm not as confident about CP and TB either. I'm not. And I'm not. But I don't think that they would do that to her son and them be they're so tight. All of this is centered around faith. It's all centered around faith. Them not wanting Faith and Sebastian. They wanted to separate Sebastian. They wanted to get rid of Sebastian. That had been going on. That had been going on. They wanted to get rid of him, but not get rid of him, unaliving him, but send him somewhere where, he could get the help that he needs. They didn't know how to deal with him. They wanted to be together. They, I think, were afraid that Sebastian was going to have to testify. And that would have been a no-go. In fact, it would have been, if Sebastian did have to, if the state did call him to testify, then it could have hindered him from ever seeing Faith again. Could have been those kids would have been ripped. Everything would have been, their jobs, everything, their public image would have been gone, even more so than it is right now. So that's why I have him mapped from the roadhouse and I have him mapped from home. It tells a story both. It's going to still tell the story of being at home, the energies that are going around his home, the things that were happening, the neighbors, But from the roadhouse, there is an exact time that we can go, Sebastian, that time he leaves the roadhouse. We know that was Sebastian. So we know that we can take that timestamp, put it on the map. Now we can see, did he go home? Did he go here? And what I'm not seeing that I would like to see more is this. Let me show you. What I would like to see, because the roadhouse is leaving, the roadhouse map is leaving from the roadhouse. So if we leave from the roadhouse and we look to his home over here, I personally would like to see the lines going straight over his home, not beside it, straight over his home, right? Over it. Why are the lines not going here? Why are they over here? Why are they over here? Because I know exactly when he left the roadhouse, and there should be lines going to his home. This is her north node. This is where she is fated from leaving the roadhouse in the future. There is Seth, there is things that are hidden, and he has already been here before with her. You see what I'm saying? They should be going. I don't like the fact that they go so far apart. I want to see the lines going right over the home, and they're not. They're not. Not yet. And because let me show you what it is. Let's look at this for a second. Hold on. Before I shut up. Because y'all know it's hard for me to shut up. So let's take that one off. Hold on. Let's put this one in a new folder. That way I can pull it out and have that be the only address that's going to show up. And we're going to look at this compass baron because I want to see who is going over his house, because he's not going Let me see. The natal's not. It almost looks like Katie is. So the missing intensity with groups in the future and video is going to be here with him. She's fated to reach her north node with groups and networking and video. That's the video. And then Seth, this is his south node. The outer wheel, the things that he learns, it's all about quartz. It's all about quartz. Not even the DA is there. So let's look at that. It's a compass bearing of 323. So the compass bearing is a 323. That means that that's a 23 Aquarius. Aquarius starts at 3. It's from 300 to 330. Or 329, actually. The 330 is a 0 in Pisces. So we have a 323. That's a 23. Aquarius. So actually, Sebastian, that's where his Neptune is. So his Neptune is actually a 21. So a 23 Aquarius. Chris's dark moon is going here. A lot of disordered aggression, leaving from the roadhouse, going to the house. That's why I don't think he made it home, guys. I think that everything that we're looking at, and I hope that I'm right. Chances are I may be wrong, you know? But all those lights that we're seeing, they may not have anything to do with Sebastian at all. He may not have ever made it home. If he did make it home, and if, all the law enforcement would have to do, all they would have to do is tell us he made it home and this is why. Let me show y'all so you will shut up. Let me show you the video of Sebastian taking the trash to the street. Let me show you the video of Sebastian going into the house. You can hear the audio. You can look at them in the car. There is something that the law enforcement could give us, we the people, the public, his dad, because his dad hasn't, they could literally shut it all down and they could quiet the chatter. I know that they don't care, but they should care because the chatter is drowning out everything that could be factual. All the stupid stuff is drowning everything out that could be factual that they could be listening to, especially with the networking. I just don't think he made it home. I don't think his mother unalived him. I don't think he made it home. I think he was sent somewhere. The law enforcement could shut it all down, though. They could say, hey, here you go, y'all. Here you go. This is why we're about to arrest Katie, because we saw this and we saw that. Or I don't think, Katie and Chris have still not been arrested. We still don't know if they have found anything out with their devices. We don't know that Sebastian didn't, leap out the door, go somewhere with no shoes on. We don't know that nobody had shoes that he didn't get new shoes. Paid cash. Nobody's seen, there's a lot that we just don't know. And a lot of the creators try to read things into it. We're trying to read things into it that may or may not be true. The lights may not be true. We just don't know. I think that that is a made up story. The 911 dispatch says if you listen closely, it says mom wasn't home Sunday evening and Sebastian was supposed to be in by midnight. I don't trust law enforcement, not Sumner County. I definitely don't trust Sumner County. I've seen better police work, better PR, better all the way around by other law enforcement agencies. Craddock just doesn't have the public he doesn't have the charisma for the public, and he works for us. He works for Sumner County. I don't trust Sumner County at all. Mm-mm. I don't trust the money, the politics, and we know that they are deeply embedded in Sumner County, the money, the politics, you know? I don't trust that they haven't I don't trust the fact that they haven't investigated Michael Proudfoot, Melissa, Cassie. I don't trust that. The Bower Sox, where's their did they get their devices? And why did it take them that long to get all of that stuff with the Proudfoots? Why? I think that the reason why that Katie isn't out there screaming from the rooftop for all of us to help her find her son is because she knows where he's at and she doesn't want a whole lot of public attention on him. But it's too late for that. Because what if somebody sees him? What if somebody sees him and he has to come home? You personally think it's deeper. It's okay if you think, yeah, you can have a different opinion. I think it could be a lot deeper than what any of us realize. It could go a lot deeper. It's the information that the parents aren't saying. The information that the parents aren't saying, the information that the law enforcement isn't saying, that could be where it all, goes south. And the fact that Chris said, what if this goes south? What if we don't find him? I hope not. I really do. I hope not. I know that when he first went missing, I thought that they were going to be searching a area. This one. I thought that they were going to be searching this. I may not have it on this map. I didn't think that they were at the right landfill myself. I thought that they were going to be searching this landfill. Let's go back over. Thought it could be this landfill. The Owensboro, Kentucky. There was another one. Hold on. This one. I've still got the hot spot around it. The Russell. This is where I was thinking that they would find him, is on the missing Saturn line. So I was very surprised to hear, because the state of Tennessee, the TBI, that's before I found out about this DA. The lowest point is going up this way into Russellville. I didn't think that it would be the other one. Again, it's the information, that I mean, they didn't even look at the Warshams. They didn't look at the cameras. I think that they dropped the ball on this case in a bad way, big bad way, all the way around. And I don't blame Seth for being pissed off. He still doesn't have a son. If you had done your job, maybe he would be home. Or maybe he would at least have closure and knowing what happened, I hope that the FBI will blow it out of the water. I'm glad that you would look everywhere, even in Oregon. Look, be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. And for God's sakes, guys, you see Sebastian, just yell his name, grab him up, tackle him down. I mean, let's don't, don't let him get away. How long does it can take years to build a case. It can take years, 3 or 4 years maybe, to get everything in line for the DA to convict, because you only get one chance. So you only get one chance. I think that they got pissed off when Dog the bounty hunter came in and they stopped talking to Seth. They were really never talking to Chris and Katie. But I don't know. I do know that if he is deceased, the places that I've circled, those are the places that I would look. And if he is not deceased, the circles that I've got, that's where I would look. So, the map is there for anybody that wants to search. A lot of people just want to be a one-hit wonder. And there's no way that I would ever take a reward. I just think it's going to take it's going to take all of us looking for him if the law enforcement aren't doing anything. I'm just, I'm praying that they are. I pray that they are, that they're working a case. They're looking for Sebastian. They're going to find him. Look, when it comes to this opposition with California, it's not just with California. There's a lot of shit going down with Kathy Bowersox at that period of time too. And I'm going to be looking at it. Do y'all want me to pull it up while I've got you on here? Are y'all ready to go? Because it's already 4:00. I've been on here forever. It seems like. How long have I been talking? Freaking 4 hours. I got on here at 12. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it a day, and I'm gonna look at this, and then I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you guys tomorrow. Now Joni's saying yes, pull. Okay, Joni. Okay, I got you. It's been a long time, Paige. Miss Chatterbox. And I've been drinking water, just not enough. Okay. All right, let's pull up Kathy. Miss Kathy. Maddie. All right, let's look at her. I've got a gazillion charts for her. I'm always pulling this one. Okay. So what was that day that I was looking at? Let's see. It's the 28th at 4:43 a.m. That's Nashville time. So that's 1. I think that's like 1:00 California time. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Okay. All right, cool. The chickens have been out, so that's good. They're doing all right. Okay, so the 2934, that I'm pretty sure it's Kathy. Let me see. Let me look at her husband too. Okay, so yeah, I'm thinking that her and her husband, where's Terry? Let me pull up Maddie again. Let's see. Was it her? Maybe it was her husband. Okay, here we go. So depending on what time she's born, and actually, yeah, depending on what time she's born, But I think that connection, because she would have that connection to Virginia, and she would have that connection to California. Just a second, my daughter's calling. Hey, girl. So? Oh, babe. Okay. So what time do you think tomorrow you'll find out? Okay. Okay. All right, girl. All right. Okay, I love you. Be careful. Be careful. Take your time. Bye. Sorry, guys. When the kids call, you know how it is. All right. So we'll know tomorrow. We'll know more stuff tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be great news. All right. So it would depend on what time she's born. Okay, so it would have to be 11:40. I would say that because the DA has a 15:45 with his Jupiter, and that's her car. So I would say that, I've done this before. I would say that she's probably born around 10:40 in the morning. She is more than welcome to let me know where she was born, what time, all that good jazzy junk. And then Mr. Bowersox, I think that he has that connection with her, with that 2934 that would go to California. That would totally, yeah, his Pluto that totally transforms children. And Chris Proudfoot has a 740 in his chart, so that's where he connects to Chris. Is with his, yeah, it's right here. So that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that I have the dark moon that connects to the dark moon of California with hospitals, tsunamis, things of that nature. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so he would have the Pluto and Leo. Okay. He would have the Pluto and Leo at a 2934. And she would have Sedna. She would have Sedna at a 2934. So Sedna in Aries. So that Sedna in Aries would be with their Pluto in the sixth house and their Vulcanus in the sixth house. So her Sedna would actually sit right on top of California. She's got a transformation in the public eye at a 1201, and that was in transit. The 1201, the 1202 is Faith, and then the 1201 is her. So let's go back. 1202 is her. 1201 is, let's go back. Let's go back, because look, that's where the lunar nodes are going to take us. After the lunar nodes come over Sebastian, here's where the fate is with, here's where the fate is with, let me get it to her. Get it to Sebastian right there. No, I want to see the relationship. I want to see this relationship. Hold on. Let's go to this 1219. Come on. I'm getting that Venus at a 1217 in Capricorn. I'm getting into that 1219 because There is values with a relationship right there. 5:22 a.m. This is when his sister Faith is going to be in transit with the fate, with the lunar nodes. We're reflecting on the pain, the Chiron, the mother of Katie. The 2932 is coming to that 2934. The 2932 with Neptune and Aries is coming to that 2934. There's a relationship. 5:20 Saturday morning, there's a relationship, the values, something that Sebastian owns. There's a fate. She's been here before. Is she going home? Is she traveling to there? Is she traveling away? There is definitely something that she's learning here. And of course, I'm not going to pull her up while I'm looking at it. But I can see we're reflecting on the pain, the home, the relationships, the chatter. Interesting. So that's her. And then the fate leaves her, and it comes to Kathy. And there's a transformation with the public eye, with children. I'm just seeing if I can see anything else. Saturday morning. And we're reflecting the DA here. Okay. And the Jupiter. So who knows? God, I hope, please let there be an arrest. Please let there be some movement. There is definitely a shakeup. There is a wake up call in Alabama. That 2324 that Alabama has, so does Seth. He has it ×2 in his chart. And it's coming in the future with groups. It's not happening at that moment. It's coming. It's coming with groups in Alabama. Then the 740 is going to shake Chris and his stepdad up right there. Now the shakeup is going to be coming to Louisiana at a 2327. Alabama, Louisiana, that area through there. The moon is in transit in Cancer. It's about home. There's an opposition. There is an opposition here with Craddock right here. There's an opposition with Craddock. He is being opposed. Craddock has the same degree as the United States. I can't make this up. Look at this. Look at this. There's an opposition with him and home and work and the judge, the law. With his work, with home. Oh, Lordy. Hmm. I see way too much here. When I tell you that Craddock is going to have an opposition, we're going to be able to see it. Well, I don't know if we'll be able to see it. I hope we do. I hope we do. Let me show you the United States and him side by side. And if he wants to watch this, he's more than welcome to see his connection with the United States at a federal level. This 1448 is also connected to Trump. I'm looking for Donald Trump. I may have already passed him. Yeah, here's Donald Trump. Let me show you that Donald Trump in the United States first. So Donald Trump has a relationship. It's about his values with the health of the government, the health of the law enforcement, the health of his values when it comes to the law enforcement, to the letter of the law and to contracts. That is where the United States have limits and obstacles. They have limits and obstacles with their public image when it comes to Donald Trump's relationships in the government. Okay, so that 1448 is the United States Saturn. Trump slows the United States down. Craddock slows them down. Okay, that 1448 is their Saturn. And it's with their public image when it comes to the government. Parks, relationships, things of that nature. Okay, so Craddock, no matter what time he's born, he has the 1448 in his chart. And so it's about home. Everything that is going on with Sebastian's case, all the emotions, all these emotions that we have that's going on with this case with Sebastian is connected to him. Sumner County. Sumner County. That's the Cancer. The Cancerian energy is also the home buying, the real estate, Kathy Bowersox, the construction, the home of Sebastian, the maternal line of Sebastian. You know what I'm saying? He slows them down. He is not fit for office. That's what that tells me. That's exactly what that tells me. He's not fit. He's not fit for office. And he has a lot of energy with this 26 degree with Ceres, and Saturn is coming there. Saturn is coming. Saturn has already opposed him and his magnetism. Saturn has already done that. But Saturn is going to come and sit here on that Ceres and is going to restrict him. So those 26 degrees, 26, 22, let's look back at Miss Betty. Let's look back at Miss Betty. That 26, 22, she has in her chart, it's the moon. It's the moon. So his series, the 26, 22 that he has, I think, it's the same degree as her moon. So when it comes to restrict him, it's about the values for her and the let's look at that. When Saturn's going to get there. Geez Louise, man. I just keep seeing stuff. But that's what it takes. I mean, it takes a long time to go over and look at all this stuff. Okay, so January 3rd, this one is coming. This is it. This is it. Look at that. Saturn is already at a 2620. Already. So right here, the evening. Here's the 5th house of kids right there. Mars is going to be opposing Kathy Bowersox with her Neptune. 2334. Let's see. And then here we go. We're coming into California. What we got here? This is wild to see. Wow. There's a flame of life with Miss Betty. Okay. So here in the 5th house of kids, right there, that's Miss Betty, her moon. The sun is about to oppose. The sun is going to oppose him too. So, and so is Venus. So is Venus going to oppose him too. Interesting. Interesting, because I wouldn't have, I mean, who would have thought that? Hmm. That's wild. That's wild. There's a devouring energy with Mississippi. There's other states, of course, that have that. But there's a shakeup with Sebastian and me, with groups, values. The sun is going to oppose. So Mars is just opposed Craddock, but then the sun and Venus are going to oppose him too, with home and work, responsibility, accountability, and wow. Okay. So the sun is going to do it first, looks like. That would be is that the next day? Hours. When is it? So the sun will be first, and then Venus, the values. The values of home. Money. Evidence. Money, evidence even, you know? And now here we are, and we're in California. We're in California. Same exact degree of Kathy and her husband with Neptune. I really hope that they saw this case before we have to go back. So it's January 5th. Let's say January 5th. There is a expansion with that 2046 that the TBI and Sebastian have. That, if I'm not mistaken, Ohio has that too. There's going to be a shakeup in South Carolina. There's things that we're not seeing with California. Just been a shakeup with groups with Sebastian. And now the TBI is definitely learning or going to a home, could even be a campground in Mississippi. So I think we've got some good days to look at, because the values with him is really showing up pretty strongly. The values that is with Craddock. Going to be a lot of energy that's going to come and oppose the TBI on the 5th. Right there. And I see that there's an intensity with the Secret Service here. And there is the 2045. So we're going to see that 2046 right there with the moon and children right there. Interesting. Interesting. I see Texana. I see Texana. I see Melissa. I see, who else do I see here? Steve Fisher. And then here comes the health. Here comes the health. And Hygeia is going to come and sit on Sebastian's Hades, where all of his problems are with two people with communications. But excuse me, but there's definitely an opposition with the TBI. It is with, sure, it's with Seth too. There's a lot of fate that is coming to Seth on January 5th. With the TBI, and the FBI is being the TBI is being opposed in a major way with kids, the way that they create their work. And here is the 2656 that again, we're seeing a reigniting of a flame with Sebastian and Maryland and Homeland Security. So whenever whenever the law goes to wherever they went for that 2046 with TBI, now we're reflecting. Now we are reflecting, and it's in an opposition with the TBI. Interesting. This is at almost 4:00 in the morning. Wow. Okay. 4:00 in the morning. Again, we're looking at the 2934 with Neptune. Kathy, her husband, California, that connection. I think that there's relationships here, 2 or more, communications that are weighing his mental health down. His mental health with these 2 are affecting the health right here with Sebastian. That 2751. There's the 1650 again that Miss Betty has. Miss Betty has that 1650. It's in her 11th house of groups. It's in Capricorn. Poor Sebastian. God dang, man. And then by Tuesday, we're going to learn a little something, something. And I do think that I see Texana. And I'm not going to pull her up. I'm over it. I'm over it. What was a million dollar home? I hope that there is going to be something breaking. I do. It's going to be, it looks like a lot of energy is picking up with Sebastian after Christmas. Yeah. After Christmas through the 7th. I hope that we see a lot of movement here because it looks like I'm going to be learning something. There's going to be, this 931 with Sebastian. So when Chris got home that day, there was a lot that was taking place with Sebastian. There was an opposition with Sebastian. And so I think that I'm hopeful. I pray to God that by the 6th, we know what happened to Sebastian and we can bring him home, get closure for the dad, for the family, for us. But there is going to be something here. And I tell you why. It's because it's almost like I'm seeing an opposition between Sebastian and Craddock. But there is a huge weight here, major weight on Eric Craddock, the home, you know, Sumner County. There's huge weight on him. And the state of Tennessee has an enlightenment with physician Apollo that is at a 2035. And that 2035, me and Tony Mathis connect to it through their physician Apollo in the 7th house of relationships that brings enlightenment. I have an 821 in my chart. It's where I've already talked about this because it's in the past. But this 931 is going to be connecting to Sebastian. These two are 24-hour transits, if not more. So they're going to be in transit for a while throughout the day on the 6th of January. And the 931 is his series that he has in the 10th house on the map. That series is going toward, oh, I'll show you. The 931 in Virgo. This is, which one is this? This is from his home, leaving from his home. So that Virgo is going to be going down this way. Hold on. Well, as y'all can see, it's going to be going into Georgia. And I want to show you right here. This is it. Villa Rica, Carlton, Georgia. So there's going to be a lot of, I know, Seth. Good to see you, buddy. I haven't shut up, of course. I'm about to, though. I'm about to. I do hope so. It looks like there's going to be some good movement. There's going to be a huge weight on with whatever is going to be coming out. Hey, 7-Eleven. Yeah. Seth calls me 7-Eleven because it's like well, you explain it, Seth. Why you call me 7-Eleven? I'm going to learn some things. I'm going to be learning some things. That is for sure. Going to be learning some things. But look, that 931 is his series. It's a series. God's will is going to be done on the 7th of January. I say that because Sebastian has a 1614 in his chart. And that 1614 that's in his chart, it was in transit when he went missing, and it shows up a lot. It shows up a lot. Seth, you're hilarious. What do you think about that, Jeff? He's like, well, I plead the fifth. Plead the fifth. The Neptune that Jeff said, wow. Jeff is pleading the fifth over here. He's like, I'm not saying nothing. Seth said it. I don't got to say it. And Jeff blinked twice if you were in danger. Oh my God. Hilarious. I just got in from putting the chickens up and walked into this. Oh my gosh. The next thing that I see that's going to come is there's going to be limits and obstacles with that Neptune that Christopher has. That Neptune that Christopher's got's right here. It's going to be on the 8th. Limits and obstacles with that Neptune in Sag, man. That Neptune in Sag. Christopher. It's going to be happening. But yeah, I think that the 6th and the 7th is going to be the bigger days. The 6th and the 7th, bigger days for Sebastian. But we're going to be led into it after Christmas. After Christmas, we're going to be led into this energy, and we'll just have to see what it's going to be looking like. For sure. And we're just going to keep an eye on it because it's almost like, I'm seeing it here. There's a major challenge with the same states that I say all the time. All the time. 2016. And I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. A relationship. Because look, this 0052 is not just faith, but it's also one of the neighbors. And there's going to be a letting go with communications. And anytime you see that, it's like, uh-oh, what's going to happen? People don't even talk about Sedna, but I do. I mean, she's a big player. I think Seth is going to have enlightenment. I think he's going to have the enlightenment. We'll see. We'll see, guys. Yeah, Christmas does suck without Sebastian. And maybe you just never know, Seth. I mean, he could be found tonight. He could be found tonight, The dark moon is definitely coming against Chris. More so, especially with the courts. I'm hoping that, whatever it is, because we know that they know that they're arrested for whatever they know. And it could be that, I don't know when Faith will be here. And then when she goes back, I don't know. But I do wonder because the communications, the digital, tracing the digital is where it's at. That's right. Got a plan. This is faith though. I mean, there's a letting go with communications with faith. All at the same time, all at the same time, I can see that things are unfolding and not in a good way for Chris, especially when it comes to the communications. Whatever is going to come out. That's what I'm talking about. But there's a devouring energy with Sebastian on January 7th. 6th and 7th. It's great. It's going to be a great time period to observe and watch. You know, all this chatter online, all the stupid stuff, you know, it's gotten really bad. Gotten really bad. The digital, that's where it's at though. That's the only way to get, I feel like, to get these people. I wonder if it's the next day. So the 303. Hey, Mama Marissa. God has his own time and he doesn't work off my time, unfortunately, but faith keeps me above water. I know it does, man. I am tired. I'm always tired. I'm always tired because I don't stop. I don't stop. I don't. I'm talking in my sleep. I'm waking up talking, and when I tell you that, I'm not kidding. But I mean, I'm telling myself stuff that I didn't already know. Okay. Yeah, you got to have faith. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but I mean, it does help to keep your days going. You know, to keep your life going. Because Seth, I mean, Sebastian's definitely going to need you here. And if it picks up, this is a really bad day. This is a really bad day for the Bauer Sox. Oh yeah, this is a really bad day for the Bauer Sox and the Proudfoots right here. Sure is. Wow. And like I said, I'm just like, yeah, this isn't a good day for them. And I'm looking at it in the way of, God, and there's that Venus again that's coming into that 29, 29. Jesus. There's an opposition with Sebastian, but that 2148 is touching Miss Betty. There's an opposition with Chris. There's a lot of wisdom with the pain that Cruella has been carrying. Yeah. January, I mean, December, the end of December and January looks promising. God, please help us. Please let it be. And it's not our will, but it's his will, right? It's God's will. God's will is going to be done. Then we go to this. Oh gosh, it's just going to keep on keeping on. January 19th. This is when the FBI, there's that 2950 with Sebastian, California. California, Sebastian. 2907 with Terry Bowersox. And then Mercury is going to come into that 2907. Limits and obstacles with a relationship with Terry. So yeah, I think we're going to see some movement. I hope. I hope. I do. I do. I'm feeling pretty good. And I'll keep looking at this. I'll just keep looking at it. We'll keep talking about it. You know? Yeah, I'm never too tired to Oh my gosh. Y'all are too funny. Jen, I've been listening the whole live, just not chatting. Seth has me cracking up. And then blink twice. Yeah, I would explode. I mean, I definitely would. We will never stop looking for Sebastian. We're going to learn, we're gonna learn some more information too. And again, we are definitely looking at the same players. We're looking at the same players. They're not going away. They're staying the same. The degrees are just, they keep telling the same story with the same people, but to see a justice with Terry Bowersox and the communications, and there's things that we're going to learn, like leads that are going to come in, and a lot of emotions that are going to be centered around Sebastian and his mother. And the fact that, there's going to be communications, hopefully with the FBI and their connection, the data that they have collected with these people's electronics. I think that it could be a really good thing. I really do. Because Sebastian is showing up here with a collective transit once again. And that's with, all the things that would have taken place with his mom that we don't know, that we haven't learned yet, that information that she is holding back from us. And this is a big day for me too. I can see that this is a big day for me too with my values, with the astrology, and Jupiter at an 1848 is going to come down into that 1846. I mean, we're just looking at some great days for Sebastian. But it just may not be, so great for it's not going to be great for the other people that are involved that know where Sebastian's at. It's just not going to work out. This is California. This is California, guys. This 2950 is California. And Sebastian's connection with California. Lots of problems here with the United States and Cuba. Major issues with the United States and Cuba here. With our values. With the United States values and Cuba. And we know that, we talked about Cuba before. With Sebastian, we know who has been to Cuba. There's going to be a shakeup. There's going to be a shakeup. At the same time that Sebastian is also in transit, there's going to be a shakeup with the United States, with money, with values, with things. With California, with Cuba. It's big. We're coming up into some big time periods. And I want to say that the desires with Cupid here that are showing up with Chris Proudfoot. Mercury is showing up with Sebastian. Lots of communications. I can see a lot of communications that are going to be going on. And the burden, this breakup that what's her face has, Katie. This breakup that she shares is with one of the agencies, and I want to say it's with the FBI, but there is an agency that has this 1104. She has the 1104, and there is a lot of weight that's on her, that'll be on her all day on the 21st of January. And we see that there's a lot of disordered aggression with California. What was that other state that I said had that? Rhode Island. Yep. Rhode Island and California. This is where there's going to be a lot of limits and obstacles with Chris Proudfoot and with Steve Fisher. Big problems with them two on this day. You don't say. You don't say. No way. It can't be. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Look at all that energy with Aquarius. Wow. All of this. All of this. Aquarius energy. My gosh. Dang. That's a lot. Then what's going to happen is Jupiter is going to come. There's going to be an intense experience. Jupiter has already made it here once. Jupiter is coming back. And there's going to be an intense experience with Sebastian on the morning of January 22nd. Holy moly. Seth, myself, and Miss Betty share the 2248. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to save it right here and look at it because this is also Katie. This is also Katie, but Katie is going to have a lot of warring with her. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening during this period of time. The courthouse, Sumner County. That's what it is. Sumner County. Boom, bam. Well, there it is, guys. Now you see. We have a lot of disordered aggression about things of the past. There is the groups, that is we the people. And we're outside the courthouse. I mean, we're outside of the, or that's when it's supposed to be, I think. I think it's supposed to start. Hold on. When is it supposed to start again? When's it supposed to start? Oh, no, that's not until the 26th of February. Okay. No, that's not it. That's not it, guys. That's not it. That is not it. Holy shit. That's not it. Okay. Huh. That is not it. Well, what could it be? This is school. Thursday morning, this would be January 22nd, 7:49 a.m. Of course, this is Nashville time. And there's an intense experience with home, with mom, right here. Intense, very intense with the law, with Jupiter, with the law. And I just saw this come up again, the 444. I'll have to look for a state or a person that has that again. I know one of the cases that I've got with that, but that's Sebastian. Mars is over his Venus. Evidence from the past, a flashlight, something from the past. The car. Kathy. Kathy. It would be Kathy. That's exactly who it would be. Come on, man. It would be with Kathy. Lord, I've got to shut up. I've got to stop. But the sun is definitely shining on yours truly, crystal clear, Proudfoot. You know, it would do them a lot of good to find Sebastian and bring him home before we all gather outside on February 26th. It would do them well. And the man ain't ever going to get reelected. February 26th. 22. Lots of energy. I don't know, guys. I do see the 428 with the moon and the transformation of the moon, but I'm definitely seeing South Carolina. A lot of energy that's going to be going toward in with South Carolina. But I don't see anything else. And the dark moon is going to be coming over my descendant. Ooh, gross. I hate that. With relationships and the law, the courts, the justice. And that is on the 4th. I mean, on that's showing up in the 4th house of home at 5 o'clock. That's a Thursday. I wouldn't be able to go that day. I'd have to go the next day. That could be why. I don't think so. 2046. Sebastian and the TBI, the relationship. Yeah, they better do something and do it quick, man. I don't know. I don't know. The way that I'm looking at it, I don't really see anything, but I do see some things. I don't really. There's a lot of transformation. There's actually there's a major opposition with Canada on this day. A major opposition with Canada on this day. Major transformation with Gavin Newsom, with groups. A lot of disordered aggression with President Trump. I'll refer my note that I made earlier. Okay. Okay, cool. My butt does hurt a little, Joni. You know, you just break out the wine, you'll be all right. Just break out the wine. She said, my butt does hurt a little bit. That's funny. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I mean, I've only been on here all day long. I'm going to, let you guys go. Be back on again tomorrow, I'm sure. We'll go back over it again, see if we can find a clue. But there is definitely there's a major opposition that's going to be taking place with Canada on the 26th. Not good. I love y'all bunches. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Hope you all have a wonderful evening. What's left of it. Yeah, I will rest. No worries. I will rest doing the same thing I've been doing. It's just I won't have to talk about it. I can keep it up here. Have a great night too, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. And of course, I'm going to close this out with Sebastian's anthem because we're never going to stop looking for you, buddy. Peace out, guys.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry